Hey, hello Julius.
Hi Fiona. Okay, first of all, good morning and
morning.
thank you so much for. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I can see you're very excited to start, eating the pastries and stuff.
They look very delicious.
Yeah,
So-
but that will have to wait because
Okay, yeah.
first of all, I want to thank you for joining me here on this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, so as I think you understand, this series is just to highlight some of the insights into what Bushiroad staff actually do, to bring the game to the players. Yeah, and you do events, and I'm sure a lot of our audience and our players have seen you around events as well. Not just in Singapore, but in maybe Cardiff, France, or wherever you have been to, because you go around the world to organize events and plan tournaments for everyone.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for that. And you have been with us since August last year.
Yeah.
So I think you are with
1
us
year plus, yeah.
about 1 year now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for joining us. Yep.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Okay, so as you can see, I have prepared some snacks and coffee and tea for us. So would you like coffee or would you like some tea?
Some tea, please.
Okay, tea. Well, good news. I have a few different blends. This
what's this?
this is English breakfast. Yeah. And then
Too strong.
too strong. Yeah, I like English breakfast. I like strong blends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And this is some kind of fruits infusion.
Yes, this.
Yeah, and you can. You can even listen to the.
No.
This is the one.
This is the one.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is
you
the
can
one.
even see like some real berries and.
Yeah, it's a very nice sweet smell.
Yeah, it's very fruity. So this is what you want?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
cool.
please.
All right. But just for the record, the other one is Earl Grey.
No, it's okay. I'll stick to my choice.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna prepare the tea. What made you, interested in joining Bushiroad as like an event planner?
Oh, wow. I guess, first of all, I like attending events. And I guess I also played like Bushiroad games before I joined Bushiroad.
Oh.
Yeah, so I started with Vanguard. And
Okay.
I think I've been playing for about three years now. Yeah, 3 years. So, I mean, that's how I knew about Bushiroad. And then I just thought like, I just graduated. I'm looking for a job, but I don't really want to kind of find a normal 9 to 5 job. I kind of just want to try something new. I mean, because I'm still young, right? I'm still young.
we're all young here. We're all young.
Yeah, so I thought like, maybe let me try events. It's something that requires like a lot of patience, and then you need to like be on the ball most of the time because you have to like solve all the problems as they come. And I guess that's why I was like up for a challenge, and I decided to just try it.
Okay, cool. So
let's.
So some snacks for you. You
Sure.
can help yourself.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think this one is yam. There's yam filling inside. Yeah, and these are scones with some nuts. Yeah, and then this is the red bean pastry.
Oh, what about this?
This one is also similar to a scone, like it has nuts inside.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'll go for the red bean.
Okay, yeah, it's nice. I wanted that.
Too bad.
Okay, so when you're planning events, like, especially in Singapore, do you see like your friends around as well? Like, do they?
Yeah.
Because I mean, I'm sure you have some Vanguard friends.
Oh yes.
So you still see them during the event as well.
Yeah, I see them at the events, and it's actually very interesting because how the tables have turned. Like I used to be an event goer, and then now I'm the one organizing. So I think it is quite interesting to see both sides of like the event, like the back end and as an attendee. And what makes me like feel satisfied, right, is when the players kind of enjoy the event, and then especially my friends. Like I also want my friends to enjoy the event. So
Okay.
that's very nice.
Has there been anything interesting that happened between you and now that you're planning Bushiroad events and any of your friends that attended the event? Like, do they ask you like, hey, give me some tips or that kind of stuff, or like close one eye or anything like that?
I mean they do sometimes, but it's more of like a joke. So
Can I have an extra play, man?
that's like no. Then win.
Yeah, you
win yourself.
Yeah.
Win yourself a play, that kind of thing.
Yeah, if you want to have the top 4 playmat, be in the top 4.
Be in the top 4. You want an extra PR item, participation item, go travel somewhere else.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, they do ask, but I mean, they also know that it's still my job, so I have to be a professional and not like, give them stuff. It shouldn't be any bias.
Yeah. And I'm sure, like you say, they're just joking and teasing you.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So have you been interested in planning for an event before the job? Because you mentioned like you attended a lot of Bushiroad tournaments and events. So at a point of time, do you actually think, it might be good for me to plan an event? Did that occur to you?
I think more like I've attended other events, not even just Bushiroad events. And I just felt like, there are some things that maybe I had some ideas. Maybe this event could have had maybe some special side event or something like that. So I guess when I actually joined a company, Bushiroad did give me the chance to kind of develop these kind of new ideas. And that's when I had space for growth and I get to kind of implement some of the new things in the circuit. So we are kind of trying to change some stuff and hopefully the players enjoy it. Yeah.
Oh, that's good because if say Bushiroad doesn't give you the space and autonomy to actually do some new things and improve, you probably wouldn't enjoy the job as much because
it will be very rigid.
Yeah.
But not in Bushiroad.
Yeah,
so that's
correct.
why I really like events.
And because of that, I can see our events changing. I think our numbers for players joining the tournaments have increased as well. So I'm actually very happy for that.
It's just mainly thanks to all the players. Actually.
Okay.
Not really,
So what would you say is the most challenging thing when you're planning for an event?
Most challenging, I think, is on the event day itself. I mean, it's definitely it's the main event, but because you can prepare well ahead of time, you can do all sorts of things. You can imagine all the situations that might happen, and you can have plan A, plan B, plan C all the way. But sometimes things happen, and it's very unexpected. So we just have to keep, be very on the ball and fix any problems as they come.
Okay. Yeah, because no matter how much planning you do, there's
there's no way.
There's no way you can foresee.
There will never be a perfect event.
Like you want everything to be done at this time. Everything done at the no way.
No way.
So can you tell us what probably one memorable challenge that you had to overcome during any of your events? If there is any that particularly sticks in your mind.
I think it's World Finals. I think this year.
In Japan.
Yeah, in Japan. So it was actually my first time being, kind of participating as a organizer in such a big scale event, like World Finals. It's like the biggest event, and then I felt a lot of pressure, and I guess I just felt very alone. And when things really weren't going very well, it was so hard to continue. And my colleagues were actually there to tell me like, hey, everything's gonna be fine. You're just gonna just don't give up. Continue doing what you're doing. Things will be better. So that's kind of heartwarming to me because I realized that I'm not in this alone. I have my team. I have you, you, and that's how I guess I managed to overcome those challenges. Like I know we could have done better, and that's why I really hope that this year's World Finals will be better. So cheers to a good World Finals 2019. So and you are going to this coming January's World Final. Yes.
Yeah. So I guess I'll see you there.
See you there. I'll see all the players there.
Yeah. Okay. So from what I can understand about that is, planning for an event is not just a very physical draining job. It's very emotionally draining as well, like what you mentioned. And what's interesting is that you mentioned you felt very alone. Could you elaborate more on that? Like why do you feel alone when you're doing that event? I
think because I didn't before this I find it hard to trust people. I think it's more of a personal thing. So you know, like sometimes you feel that if you do it alone, you know, things won't go as wrong, because with more people, there are more things that can go wrong. So that was kind of like a barrier, I guess, for me. So it was very hard to let people know, like, hey, I'm struggling with this, can you help me? So I've actually, throughout that, I learned to ask people for help. And I guess that made me grow as a person.
Wow.
So deep.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a great story. Yeah, because one wouldn't expect, you know, people to, I guess, like maybe most people, especially if they haven't entered the workforce, they might see work as just work, and they kind of like separate work from life. But I guess work actually is part of your life, and then if you grow in work, you grow professionally, it helps with personal growth as well. Yeah, so I'm very happy that you overcame all those different obstacles. Yeah,
it's just thanks to the people in Bushiroad. They are really very nice. They're very kind. Not like, you know, like just saying, you know, complimenting everybody. It's just that, yeah, they've made me feel very comfortable.
Yeah.
That's why I enjoy like going to work.
Yeah.
Every day.
And I think this aspect of building trust with your colleagues and your friends, I think it comes especially strong in your current role with events planning, because there's no way you can run an event by yourself. So I guess you kind of have to learn how to build bonds with all your teammates. Yeah.
Actually, it's not just my teammates. Like, there's a lot of communication between internal and external parties. So we actually have to liaise with like the different officers. We have to liaise with the development team, the design team. You know, we have to work with the marketing team. We have to work with like even mobile as well. And then it's more of like we have to communicate to each different teams, and that takes, you know, like it's not something that you can run away from. Yeah, and also like we have to outsource like PR items, like for example, like storage boxes or something like that. Yeah, we need to liaise with other suppliers, so it's a lot of communication.
Yeah. So it's not just planning; you kind of have to communicate with a lot of different vendors and parties as well. Yeah. So I guess, you know, because I from the designation of events planner, people would think you're just planning events all day long, but that's probably not true, because you have to, like what you said, you have to do a lot of other stuff as well, such as planning, you know, the PR items, contacting vendors. Could you tell us a bit more about the kind of like your day-to-day routine when you're not actually planning for an actual event? Like what do you have to do? Probably a lot of emails.
Yes, a lot of emails. And actually we plan like each circuit more than half a year before.
Yeah, wow.
So during that time, we actually first have to start like, you know, making the logo. We have to decide the format, like is it team league or is it a single kind of format. And then we also need to source for new shioko. As in, we will ask we will ask Nishi Sensei to design a new shioko for each circuit.
For each circuit, right?
Yeah.
So I guess if players notice, they will notice that each shioko for each circuit is different. Yeah.
Actually, it's not really different. She's just wearing different
clothes. Yeah. I mean, of course. I mean, if her face is different, then she's not shioko.
Yeah. I think all the shioko fans out there will notice. So
I suppose. Yeah.
All the hard work is noticed.
Wow.
Yeah, and then I guess after that we need to liaise with the development team. We need to start preparing like the PR cards that we want to, you know, use for the circuit, like participation. We have the short challenge as well, regional champion, stuff like that. And then I also will start thinking of new PR items that we want to produce, like play mats. We can have storage boxes. We can have dice. Like now the new buddy fight live counter.
Yeah.
Actually, that was something that I really wanted. So I'm very glad to see it, like from my idea it became like actual thing.
Yeah, from how it came from your idea and then it materialized into it.
Yeah. It was. I don't know. I feel like a little proud moment when it actually came out and I saw it.
Yeah. Remind me again. Has that live counter been given out yet?
Yeah.
So how do you feel when you see players taking that, using it in their games and tournaments?
It feels very. I don't know how to. I really don't know how to express my thoughts.
Let me try. Maybe it's like a
yeah, I guess so. It's very nice because like if they like it, it means that I did a good job. Yeah, so I hope they use it.
Well, I guess a lot of our colleagues like it as well. They're passing over.
Wow! Yeah. I mean, I like it also.
Yeah. I'm sure you will.
I have one on my table.
But I don't have one.
I'll give you one later.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so just now you mentioned you actually meet some of your friends in events. But I went with you on a BSF 2019 just earlier this year at Cardiff, UK.
Cardiff.
And I noticed it's not just local players. I mean, over there you have, I think it was someone from France, if I'm not wrong. I think a group of people from France, they were coming up to you at the counter and just like, thank you for the tournament or something.
Yeah. Actually, I think there were a few people from France, people from Italy as well.
Italy.
Yeah, I think because I met them at World Finals, they actually remembered me. And I do remember them also because before that, I was actually in charge of like their flights and everything.
Oh.
Yeah, so I personally talked to them and then they remember me and they're like, hey, saw you at World Finals. Thank you for organizing this, BSF. I really like it. Yeah, it's very nice because most people would kind of like complain about the event, right? But it's nice to see that some people still enjoy the event, and that makes me more motivated to organize better events for them.
I guess once in a while you get the kind of player who comes up to you and just really sincerely thank you for organizing the event, and then amidst the chaos in the event like you described earlier, that can be like a warm fire in the middle of a winter.
Yes.
It's just like, thank you so much.
All hope is lost. No.
So I was quite surprised. Oh wow, they're really nice people over there, and they just come up to you and thank you.
Yeah, they're really nice. Actually, UK was my first time in Europe in general. So it's a very interesting perspective because it's very different from Singapore.
Definitely.
Yeah. It's also very cold. I remember you wearing like a few layers when we were walking outside. Yeah.
It was very, very cold. Okay, so I guess since you have so much experience about attending about the events here in locally in Singapore, as well as tournaments around the world, what would you say is like the cultural difference among the tournaments over there and over here?
I think different countries, they kind of have a different perspective towards tournaments. Like for Singapore, it's more of like, I want to compete. I think they're more competitive. And some like countries outside, of Singapore, they are more, they like events because it brings people together. So some people, they like BSF, like Team League. And then some people, they like BCS, which is more competitive. So that's why we actually have two different circuits. So we can cater to both different players. And I think I personally like Team League because for me it's more about the friends. But then again, BCS you get a free trip to World Final. So I think it's also a very good incentive to join.
Yeah, I think it's exactly like what you say. BSF caters to people who want to enjoy the game with friends. They join. I think some of them even travel. I think some they were from Italy and then they traveled all the way to UK, Cardiff, with their friends and then just join. And then they have fun whether they win or they lose. And at the same time, on the other hand, BCS, like what you said, caters to the competitive group. So they're really passionate about the game, and then they want to prove that this deck, maybe it's not the meta deck. They build this deck and they really want to prove themselves. Fiona, what advice would you give to people who might be thinking of becoming an event planner like yourself?
I guess being an event planner requires a lot of like I said, you know, like they need to be up for a challenge. Yeah. So because it's always unexpected, you really need to learn how to kind of be calm in the chaotic situation, and then really think what's the best solution that you can come up with at that point of time. So if you're up for a challenge, this is the job for you, you know. I guess the person has to just try their best. Yeah, I think just trying your best at anything and everything, that's already a one step further. Yeah, than not just, you know, just giving up, stuff like that. Because personally, I actually graduated from a science major.
Oh.
So, you know, it's very weird, like, oh, you're a science student, but I'm doing event planning now.
Yeah.
So people will be like,
Yeah.
At first I thought like I wasn't cut out for it as well. So I just thought, you know what, I'm not gonna care. I'm just gonna try. And if I fail, you know, maybe I'm just really not cut out for it. And so I just decided to try. And the passion for gaming kind of like spurred me on to give it a shot. And Bushiroad actually came back to me, so I was like quite happy. Yeah, like so. That's why I joined. So I think for people who want to join Bushiroad or any company as an event organizer, they just have to, you know, don't think that you cannot do it. As long as you try, you give it your best shot. If you really cannot do it, then, you know, there's always other doors open for you. But if you don't try, you won't know.
So for them, you know, so in a nutshell, stay calm and plan.
Yes.
Okay, so Fiona, I actually do have one final question for you, and that is, do you have anything that you might want to say, you know, to players who have attended our tournaments in the past, or who might be thinking of attending a tournament?
I guess support us, join, participate. Yeah, just you know, before, like I said, you know, I was an event goer. I participated in Bushiroad events before, and I thought that, you know, it's very nice, you know, BSF, you get to form teams, you get to like brainstorm, you know, different ideas, deck ideas, and then you kind of compete together. So sometimes you actually, you know, play tests before the event, and it's like boot camp, you know, and that's when they forge a stronger bond, you know, and it's not really about the competition itself. It's more about the friendship, like, hey, if I won, you know, we won this together, or, you know, my teammate carried me. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's why I really like BSF. Or maybe because I'm not competitive.
Well, I mean, it caters to different players, yeah. Actually, you raised a very good point in saying how you get together with friends, and then it's like a boot camp. Because I remember interviewing champions at World Finals. I think it was last year's one, and then all the top three, they said almost the same thing. Like, when I ask them who they want to thank, it's always like their friends who helped them test the decks, gave them advice, or maybe even they had to borrow cards from them because they don't have the cards. So what I saw from there is that I think they're connecting, you know, through our games.
Yes.
And I see something that's very heartwarming and very beautiful. Because I think, especially right now in our society, I think we're just so disconnected with each other. Because, you know, we are always playing mobile phones. Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, because I use my phone a bit as well, and I play games on it as well. But I think once in a while, you know, coming out, connecting with friends over a couple of games, you know, having some tea. I think that's really nice, and I think that really provided them with the opportunity to do that. Yeah.
I think actually, it's not just, you know, like meeting up with old friends or connecting. There's also a chance for you to meet new friends. For example, you know, I have two people, I need another team member. You can actually gain friends through games, and I think that's why I really like gaming. It kind of brings people together from different countries, and it just breaks off all the geographical boundaries. Yeah.
Wow, that's a very poetic point. Yeah, I like that.
Oh yeah, but anyway, for those who, you know, are scared of, you know, joining our tournaments, I don't think you should be scared. We're all, you know, like nice people. At least I hope that we are nice people, and just, you know, just come and say hi. We will be there, right?
Yeah.
So you can just say hi to any one of us. You can make new friends. Just enjoy the game. You know.
Yeah.
So participate. And for those who have like kind of supported us through our events, I really thank them for supporting us and continuing to support us throughout all our events, like participating and stuff like that. It really makes me feel like there's a purpose. You know, my job has a purpose. Or, if you want to bring it even further, my life has a purpose.
Let's not go there.
Just
Okay. So you said something about making friends through events. I just want to add on to the point. Just before we end the entire thing is, because when I attended, I think BCS Singapore, I think last year. I think some people, they came alone or they came with two friends or just one friend because they don't have enough, and then they look for a new teammate at the event itself. Like what you say, I think that's a great way to meet someone new. I mean, if you can't get a team, then fine, you can just go for the side events and stuff. But if you happen to find someone who's looking for a group as well, then you have one good friend, and you never know what sparks off from there.
It may become a very good, strong friendship in the end.
Exactly.
And it's through card games.
Yeah.
Who knew, right?
Yeah. And I feel that's nice and beautiful.
Yeah, I think that's the essence of gaming.
Gaming, yeah. Competitive at the same time, there's a way for you to make friends. Yeah. It's like a frenemy, like your rival. So. At the same time, you're as friends.
I think that's only because as a card game, we require two people to kind of interact with each other. It's not like some kind of single player game.
Yeah, it's not solitaire. Yeah. All right. So I think it's a great interview. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having me here.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Yeah. Let's have more tea.
Yes.
Yes. More
coffee.
More tea.
Coffee at Bushiroad, and so far none has picked coffee.
Hey everyone, we are back. Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. Literally the final day.
Yep.
The final day. I am Kai.
And I'm Ken.
That's right, and we will be your casters for today for the top 8 of Weiss Schwarz. Ken,
Yes.
are you excited?
I am quite excited. It's always good to see high-level matches as well.
That's right. We have this is the serious day. It's the high level match day.
Yeah.
But there is some spice, right? We saw ahead of time a bit, and there is some things that
Probably excite us. Yeah.
probably excite you guys too.
Yeah.
But you'll have to wait for the games to begin. But yes, what is Bushiroad 2021? Well, we have with the schedule, bit, kind of give you the history of what's been going on. It's online tournament. Today is January 16th, so this is the top cut. We had the Swiss yesterday, a long round, 7 rounds of Swiss, right?
7 rounds of Swiss.
I think NA is actually still going on.
And it's still,
But yeah, so it's the final day. We're about to end, but we've got to make it a bang, right? It's going to be a big final day to crown the winner of Weiss. But the players are also playing for some things. All right, let's take a look at some of the prizes. Ken, what do you think of the prizes this time?
I think they're quite exciting. So, first place gets 4 copies of the exclusive winner card from Ruby, as well as a boosted display of Rent a Girlfriend and a certificate. Then our runner-up gets 2 winner cards, a boosted display and a certificate. Second runner-up, 1 winner card, a boosted display and a certificate. And finally, for 4th place, we have a certificate plus some bragging rights.
That's right. It's all about the bragging rights. You want to, if you top 4,
Yep.
you got to at least have something to show for, right? But even in top 1, it's good.
Yeah.
It's better when you win. All right. Just before we move on to introducing the decks that we will be seeing today, right? We'll have a short video for the newbies out there on how to play Weiss Schwarz if you're not too sure. Let's jump into it. It'll give you a good idea on what's going to go on for the rest of the day. So yeah, let's play the video.
Weiss Schwarz is a trading card game that adapts anime and game titles, so everyone can enjoy their favorite titles as a card game. In this video, we will show you a brief tutorial to the basics of the game in 6 minutes. Decide who goes first with rock, paper, scissors. The winner goes first. Both players shuffle their decks and draw 5 cards as their starting hand. Discard the cards you don't want from your hand into the waiting room. Then, draw the same number of cards you discarded. When both players are done, let's Weiss Schwarz. First, draw a card from your deck. Now, let's play a character onto the stage. To attack, turn your character sideways. Attack! You deal damage to your opponent equal to your character's soul. As there are no characters facing the attacking character performs a direct attack and gets an additional soul. Flip the top card of your deck as your trigger check. Different triggers give different effects. In this case, it's a soul icon, so your character gets 1 additional soul. Put the card you just flipped over face down into your stock. As you can see on the right, there are various ways in which we can increase the damage we deal to our opponent. For this attack, we will deal a total of 3 damage. The opponent will flip over cards equal to the damage taken from the top of their deck and put them into their clock. With this, we will end our turn. Now it's your opponent's turn. Draw phase. During the clock phase, you may put a card from your hand into your clock. To draw 2 cards, the opponent plays 3 characters on their stage and 1 on their backstage. While characters on the backstage cannot attack, characters with the assist ability can boost the power or give effects to characters in front of them. Opponent attacks. Any triggers? No triggers. So that's 2 damage. Opponent attacks. Trigger check. A soul trigger. That's 1 additional soul for a total of 3 damage. Cancel. If a climax card turns up, damage cancel occurs. And all cards flipped for damage is put into your waiting room. This means you take 0 damage from this attack. Opponent attacks. As there is a character facing the attacking character performs a frontal attack and gets no additional soul during the attack. No icons, no bonuses. So you receive only 1 damage. When there is an opposing character facing the attacking character, a battle between them occurs. In a battle, the character with the higher power wins. The character with lower power loses the battle, becomes reversed, and sent to the waiting room at the end of battle phase. And that's the end of your opponent's turn. Draw phase. This time, let's clock 2. Let's fill your stage with characters, including our backstage. The center character gets assist from both backstage characters. Now, let's play a climax card. Different climax cards gives you different effects. This climax gives all your characters additional 1000 power and 1 soul. Attack! No soul icon. 2 damage to your opponent. Your character has higher power, so you win the battle. Attack! 3 damage to your opponent. There are now 7 cards in your opponent's clock. When that happens, that player levels up. Choose 1 among the 7 bottommost cards in your clock to put into your level. The remaining 6 cards go into your waiting room. Then, put the remaining damage into your clock as usual. Each player starts at level 0, and the first player to force their opponent to reach level 4 wins the game. Now, let's try doing it. Your opponent is now level 1 and can use cards up to that level. The higher your level, the stronger cards you can use. Now, make your last attack with your middle character. 3 damage to your opponent. Encore! If there is a reversed character you wish to keep on your stage, you can pay 3 cards from your stock and return that character from your waiting room to its previous position on the stage. You and your opponent take turns until one of you forces the other to reach level 4. But be careful! As a player levels up and gets closer to level 4, the stronger cards they can use. And this covers the basics of what you need to start playing Weiss Schwarz. Detailed rules can be found on our website. Trial decks also consist of everything that you need to get started. We hope you have fun with your favorite titles. Let's Weiss Schwarz!
All right, so we're ready. We're ready to play the game, right?
Yeah. Know the rules now?
Yes. So since we're ready, let's take a look at the brackets on what transpired yesterday.
Yeah.
See all who's playing who.
Yeah.
We got Hakase here playing Nicholas Banville in the top, the first bracket. Hakase, also known as Mark, is doing very, very well, it seems. Also
I heard he's also topped in EU straight after. He's also been doing well in Vanguard in the previous weeks as well. So yeah,
so he's had a pretty good VR run, and I guess having 2 tops at least for the final day of VR is pretty good, right? We've got Pekohai and Kisa, both actually kind of well-known players, I guess. Both you could say are Australian. Pekohai is actually from Melbourne, I think. So, and Kisa is currently not in Australia, but he'll get there.
Australian.
Honorary Australian, yes. And then we got Vince versus Senga.
Yeah.
Now I'm not too sure about Senga, but Vince, we know Vince pretty well, right? Yeah, Vince. I think everyone knows Vince pretty well. He's everyone's friend.
Made a name for himself quite recently. So I think Vince too is also playing top 8 in EU in the following tournament as well.
It's true. Yeah. So I guess Mark and Vince doing pretty well this time. And then lastly, we got Shirk or Syke or SYRK.
SYRK.
Versus Varga. Now, unfortunately, we don't know about the last pair as much. But if you guys all keep tight, you might see something. It
is nice to see that these players, which are not as well known, get an opportunity to play in these online events. So,
that's right.
I'm very keen to see what they have to show us.
All right. Let's take a look at what decks are being brought to the top 8. You probably heard some rumors out there, but now is the confirmation. So first we have Mark playing Kaguya.
Yep.
Right? Now, I gotta say, for all the Kaguya players out there who are on a bit of a budget, this is the deck for you, right?
Yeah.
because if you look at it, it's missing the PR brainstorm, but
Yes.
somehow Mark has made it work. Made it work. What do you think, Ken? What do you think, Ken?
Well, in place of the PR brainstorm to go through his deck, Mark is playing one copy of the blue level 0 Kaguya just on the bottom left there, which can send itself to the waiting room during the main phase to add a card from the top 4. So that is one way that it looks like he's mitigating that slight disadvantage. And he is obviously using those vacant slots for other stuff as well. So he's got a 2k counter at level 1, so he can play a little bit defensively on his board. He can opt not to search immediately after using the level 1 combo and wait until he can get that counter timing. So yeah, Mark is not playing that brainstorm as we said earlier, but it does seem like he's got his way around, and I believe he was undefeated in Swiss.
Yeah, yes, close to undefeated.
Close to undefeated.
Until the last round.
That's
yeah.
right.
So it's clearly working.
Yeah, it
right?
works.
It's clearly working. But let's take a look at Nicholas's deck. This who he will be fighting against, and we see it's another Kaguya deck.
Yep.
And this one is got the brainstorm, right?
This one does indeed have 2 copies of the brainstorm. It is still, however, playing that same level 0 blue Kaguya though, so I guess it's just added utility in going through the deck. Interestingly, Nicholas here does not play 3 or 4 copies of the 2-2, but instead just 2 copies, and I think those slots have been better utilized in the level 3, where he is playing a second copy of the blue level 3 Kaguya. So, yeah, right over here. It seems like the popular choice for the secondary level 1 attacker is the level 1 Miyuki, which gains power against level 2s, as opposed to the one that gains power on both turns.
Just for that Data Live matchup that I
Yeah,
think
for
everyone is expecting, right?
It's also good in the mirror to fight the 2-2, so yeah, it's an interesting trend we're seeing here.
What do you think of this matchup, though? A Kaguya mirror, one person with the brainstorm, the other person without. It feels like a very slight difference, but
Yeah.
can lead to very different game styles, right?
Well, the deck control between the 2 decks may not be too much of an issue, because sometimes there are just games where you don't need to use the brainstorm effect due to how climaxes were positioned in your deck. But I think one of the main large differences may be the number of 2-2s that are in the deck, as well as the extra level 3 that Nicholas has. So during the mid game, Mark probably has a little bit more consistency in getting out a 2-soul beater, but at the end of the game, Nicholas has a higher cap on his power line. So
Okay.
yeah, both of these players could probably capitalize on this difference to try and make a change in their favor.
In a way, like Kaguya is very known for its offensive power, but defensively, I guess, would you say it's a bit weaker? So
I would say it's not as strong as certain other 8 standby decks, which generally do aim to build a board, but it's still quite big for a deck which is so powerful on offense. So really, I would still give it, say, like an arbitrary 3.5 or 4 out of 5 on defensive ratings if I had to give a number. So yeah, absolutely. Kaguya is not a deck that's weak on offense and weak on defense after attacking on offense.
all right, that's good. So that should be pretty cool. Let's look at the next list for the next bracket. Should be Pekoha,
Yep.
and we have we'll see it pretty soon. But should we spoil it for you guys?
Alright.
Stay alive.
All right,
Stay
yeah,
alive.
stay alive.
I think we've been expecting this quite a while, right?
Yeah.
You know, in case you didn't know, the rumors have been 4 Data Lives in Air Top Cut.
Yeah.
And well, here is the first one. What do you think of this build of Data Live? Because I assume that Data Live, even though it's known as the best deck in English, it has undergone some changes,
Yeah.
especially with Data Bullet coming into play, right?
So it looks like Pekoha isn't actually playing any new cards from Data Bullet, but just modded the deck to suit the meta. So interestingly, he's only playing 3 2-2s here as well. He doesn't play the red 2-2, which is a bit more resilient against decks like Kaguya, which can fight the 2-2 as soon as it hits the board. But
It has a bigger power line.
there's a bigger
though,
power
right?
line and more utility when your opponent can't answer it. So it definitely has its own strengths. And on top of that, Pekoha is also playing 3 of the level 0 Kotori, which can add a level 1 or higher card from the top 4 cards when it goes to the waiting room. So he has a bit more added hand fixing and deck milling power in the deck. So that is probably a prominent difference that he has against some other popular builds. But
I see quite a few players take out that level 0, right?
yeah, personally I've done so myself. Reason being that the level 0 Talker is a card that generally can't be expected to survive an opponent's turn, and the level 0 Kotori has to go to the waiting room in order to use its effect. So some players like myself don't really like having that many level 0s which sort of have to go to the waiting room to use their effects. But it's it's not a bad card by any means, and Peko has gotten this far with the card, so it must be working for him.
All right, let's take a look at Kisa's deck then, who he'll be fighting against.
Yep.
So it should be, I mean, the Australian. Yeah, so let's swap it over and see. Ooh.
All right.
Looks like not just a mirror. It's a Data Live mirror match.
Data Live number 2 right here from Kisa.
But this one seems actually quite similar.
Yeah. So it's going 1 fewer on the level 0 Kotori, but also it's playing 3 2/2s. I believe the difference here is that Kisa is playing the level 2 Torque counter, so let's say 3/5 backup to better protect his cards. And he also has 2 copies of 1 extra copy of the Brainstorm as opposed to Pekoha, who was only playing 3. So again, some minor differences, but they may come into play in overall consistency, power caps, etc., etc. So yeah, it's interesting to see how these players would use those to their advantage.
Okay, so I guess mirror match, Data Live mirror match, it usually goes slow, right? That's expected. So hope for this. Good luck, guys. All right. Let's look at the next list. We got Vince. Oh, surprise!
Keep seeing the same cards in the top few.
the top row. Now, actually, the top row is a bit different this time.
Yeah, it has changed. So Vince is the first Data Live player we're seeing today who is playing the red 2/2 over the blue 2/2. Although he's playing one of the blue Torque instead. So the red 2/2 Kurumi has the ability to encore itself, but has 500 less power at maximum. So as we said earlier, this card has a little bit more resilience to matchups which can answer it on their turn.
And I guess right now, when we look at the things out there, we've been seeing a lot of like rubies in A, if people are paying attention. There's also like Kaguya.
Kaguya,
yeah.
And even the mirror match.
True. You lose things in the mirror match too. So there's a lot of decks that can kind of pressure that old 2/2 Torque now.
Yeah.
Which is why a lot of people just play the Kurumi, right? I guess Kurumi is just easy.
Yeah. On top of that, Vince is also playing 3 new cards. So one is the level 0 Climax Swap Kurumi, where it can swap a Climax in the hand for another one in the waiting room for 1 stock. And 2 of the Kurumi, which can search a level 1 Allure card from the deck when it's played, often known as Riki. So I believe these would be more consistency aimed cards rather than cards that increase the range of actions that can take. But every now and then that clock effect from the Kurumi can help you hit 0 cards in clock to avoid your opponent's anti-change counter in the mirror.
Oh, okay. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Let's look at who Vince will be fighting against.
Yeah.
And we got Sanga's deck here.
Yeah. And this is Adventure Time, so an English exclusive deck.
Yeah, I mean we've seen an Adventure Time before, and I think those running 8 standby, but this seems to be running standby
and
choice.
That would be choice. Yeah.
I think choice is the much more top end finisher.
Yeah. So Jake and Finn is a pretty threatening finisher, which can deal 2 at the end of its attack and 1 damage if either of its instances of damage are cancelled. So it's very good at closing games. It's also an 11,000 power heal, even if you don't have combo. And it's just overall a very high spec card that combos on a strong climax. And definitely I think it's a draw to the set. But it is interesting to see that he's only playing 3 copies of the finisher, despite it most likely being one of the centerpieces of his deck. So curious as to see why, but maybe it's just confident with 3 copies.
What do you think of this? I think you see some of the board breakers. You see the sword again, the demon sword.
Yep.
And then I guess the top end is very good. If you're against a like a slower deck, I guess like Data Live, you might want to just try and finish them as quickly as possible. But what do you think of just the overall matchup between Adventure Time versus Data Live?
Well, Adventure Time does have this level 3 support in Princess Bubblegum, which can send reverse characters to memory. So, it means that any cards that are standby in the front row, are a bit unwarily, can be immediately sent to memory and never be brought back. So that can give Sangar a bit of an edge. And on top of that, he does play some cards like the level 1 Golden Sword, and alternatively the level 0 Slime Princess, and other cards which just help Sangar scale over his opponent's characters pretty well. So yeah, I think Sangar does have the tools to fight, but I wouldn't say that's just enough to make it entirely in his favor. So it could go either way, but I'm expecting a good match between these two.
Yeah, I'm just expecting a lot of people who are bringing their decks into the tournament.
Yeah.
They're just looking for ways to beat Data Live, right? Because they're always thinking, okay, this is the kind of probably the most popular deck in the format, especially in AO.
Yep.
So we have to tailor our decks to kind of beat that. And I guess if he's got the tools, he's bringing them, right? He's bringing them. So let's kind of look at the last bracket. We've got SYLK and from USA bringing
All right, this
bringing
is
the Fate.
This is an exciting deck. Not only is it because it's a unique deck in the top 8, being Fate.
It's actually a unique deck amongst the Fate decks out there, right?
Fate decks or just neo-standard decks in general. So quite surprisingly, Shirk has made it all the way to top 8 without playing a single level 1 card in his deck.
Yes.
And none of his climax triggers plus either. So,
I mean, why do you need pluses when your opponent is gone?
yeah. You don't need hand if your opponent's taking all that damage. So with 17 level 3s, it is definitely probably the most unique deck in terms of level composition. But this is a deck that an archetype that's been around for quite a bit.
Yes, I've actually built
known as Gillbuster.
Gillbuster, yeah, I built this deck ages ago.
It is somewhat focused around a level 2 Gilgamesh combo where if it reverses an opponent, you mill 2 cards.
Yes.
And for each soul trigger icon that you mill among those, you burn your opponent for 1 individually. So you stack up your decks with cards with soul triggers, and you just hope for the best. And the best case scenario is you mill 2 climaxes, and that's 4 damage straight to your opponent's face. So
that's it's not including the attack as well.
No, it's not.
There's a lot of instances of damage, and then an attack as well on top of that. Right, so there is a lot of damage coming just from 1 card. Right, and the rest of the game, you're just flipping lances. It's a really fun deck.
Yeah,
it's actually a really fun deck. And when it goes off, you feel awesome. Right? You feel awesome. The rest of the deck is pretty much just filled with soul icons, which is pretty much like 2s and 3s, and all of them kind of do some sort of burn.
Yeah.
Right. We have 2 types of Mickey burns as well, which is just on attack, reveal the top card, right, and then you burn equal to the level. But just you're just trying to close out the game with a lot of I guess weapons, right? A lot of weapons, or just overall at the end, just the last few burns. So I think this is actually very, very interesting. I'll be very, very happy to see this in action. When it goes off, it's really fun. When it doesn't,
well,
pray to Lancer, right? Just pray to Lancer. Now let's look at what Shirk will be playing up against. Right? Is he got a good matchup or a bad matchup? And well, if you guys been counting,
this is
the last Data Live.
This is the 4th Data Live.
Yes, this Data Live list is actually kind of different from the other ones that we've seen so far, right?
Yeah, so taking a peek at the bottom left there, it is playing My Little Shido, the level 1 yellow event, which has 3 different modes. You can look at top 4 and add a character, you can add a level 3 from your waiting room to hand, or you can choose one of your opponent's characters and swap it with a card of a lower level in their waiting room. So it's modal effects in this game are very powerful and can be really good in mirrors or other board-based matchups. And if it doesn't, turns out that you don't need to interact with your opponent's board. The other 2 modes are just generally powerful utility effects as well. On top of that, Vaga is also playing the new 3k counter from Data Bullet, which can send the reversed opponent's character straight to memory. So,
oh no!
Yeah, it does look like that Vaga is quite committed to winning that board.
Oh, if that send to memory is Lance's,
But it is only active from level 2 onwards, and maybe by that time it's all right for the opponent to force your opponent to use 1 stock in a hand just to send a level 0 to memory.
Yes, and the Gillbuster is ready, right?
Yeah.
Now I think what's kind of interesting, right, is this matchup might not be that bad against Gillbuster in a way. It's like if you think of the standby targets in this deck, it is the 2/2,
Yeah.
But this is not the resilient 2/2, and
No, it's not.
Gilgamesh does have ways to get power.
Yes,
so
Gilgamesh can discard cards to increase his own power, and
Discarded
there are-
weapons, right?
Yeah, which there's quite an abundance of now with the newer expansions of Fate. So on the other hand, though, the Fate deck does not play any level 1s and often will just be front attacking with level 0s into higher power characters. So if Varga can get his school uniform Talker, the level 1 Talker, which lets the player look at the top card of the deck and put it on the top or bottom when the opponent reverses their own character in the opposing turn, Varga may get a lot more opportunities to cancel. So.
And I guess since he's running the 2/2 Toga, right, instead of the Kurumi, it actually adds more kind of I guess top deck potential, checking, scrying and all that.
So I think Varga will win out in the long game, and Shirk would probably want to play it quite swiftly and just speed through the game, reverse Varga's characters, and deal the damage to secure
rush. That's right. All right, that's pretty cool. I think we'll be seeing that one on stream soonish. And what do you think? With my little shooter, right? That event, I know it was hyped a while back, but why do a lot of players really take it out? What's your opinion?
So My Little Shooter is a card that you can't discard for many of the effects that require you to discard characters. So namely, that would be Hand on Cause and the level 0 Talker, which must discard a character in order to draw a card and go through a little bit deeper in the deck. So while the other utility modes are definitely powerful, it does somewhat interfere with the consistency of the deck. On top of that, the tap 1 cost is also a little bit of a pickle sometimes, because Brainstorm has to rest 2 cards, and it interferes with that, and it's sometimes difficult to make use of all the effects while maintaining all the other plays that you want to make. So that's definitely a reason, but it does have high potential, so it's definitely not wrong to play the card by any means. You can make top 8, so
no, I think it's very interesting. Like at the beginning of Data Live in English, everyone was very happy because they're like, oh, we can put everything in this deck, no restrictions. And then everyone kind of teched a lot of one or two bits into their deck to make it very nice and handle every situation, right? Which was basically Data Live. But nowadays, it seems like everyone just returned back to let's make it as lean as possible. Let's try and make it as streamlined as possible. No gimmicks, just resilience. That's why the 2/2 Kurumis came in. Because it just has easy encore, right? Easy resilience access right there. So you're not afraid of technically losing your field anymore. So I think it's kind of like a nice adaptation to see this happen. Like even in kind of just with one deck, you can see like slow adaptations to the metagame. And of course, the English metagame also has kind of increased in a way with the amount of good decks, and we're definitely seeing it happen so far in BR. I think my favorite deck so far has just been I think Alicization SAO, because ever since I found Time to Rise Up Kyoto, wow. Insanely awesome card. I think everyone should build on this. Literally,
card gamers, different types of gamers, but gamers nonetheless.
The edgiest deck in the entire metagame right now. War of the Underworld. Come on.
That's some really cool card names. So
yes. So I think if you guys out there watching all the decks, find your favorite. Right, find a favorite. Play something new. Normally. I think I kind of watching. I'm surprised there's no Slime in top 8, to be honest. Right?
Yeah, that's true. Slime is a fairly popular deck in all regions, including our own. So I guess maybe some of them didn't have a good day.
It happens. Did you have a good day yesterday?
I did not really have a good day yesterday, but I'm not the star of the show today, so you can ask me later if you really want to.
I mean, we do try and play in tournaments so we can, but
as much as possible. But
we're also here. Let's see here. We get our good sleeps. So that we can watch some really really good games popping up too. So yeah, I built my slime deck recently.
Okay.
I saw the slimes yesterday. I'm just, oh wow, I should look at slime again, right? I should look at slime and give it some love, right? Give it some more love, 8 standby. It has 8 standby, right? Come on, it can't be that bad.
Well, maybe after this tournament we can try that out.
Yes, I'm sure you're urging to play more games because of your quick X2 losses.
Oh, gosh.
But enough about us. Let us jump into the game. We are ready to go. Are you ready, Ken?
Yeah.
Okay, you sound ready.
Always ready for Weiss Schwarz.
And I guess we are always ready for Gilbuster, right?
Yeah. So it looks like both players mulligan the 3 cards each.
Is that 3? I feel like Shirk put 4. Because there's like a 2
yeah,
climax.
sorry, that is 4 cards.
But that is normal for Gilbuster, right?
Yeah.
Because you are just looking for 1 card only.
Yeah.
And that is your Lancer.
Yeah.
And then you probably want to brainstorm at some point.
Maybe a brainstorm. Yeah, there's enough cards in the deck that you don't need in the early game that this is just a regular mulligan.
Yeah, your deck is literally level 2s, 3s, and climaxes, and you're just looking for that 0, right?
Alright, so it looks like Shirk's starting off, and he does have that
Wow.
Lancer.
Alright, I feel like he's very favored already.
And that's a direct for 4.
We have a game here, everyone. Varga just eats the 4. Ooh, okay.
It's off to a hot start.
That's exactly correct. In case everyone does not know, the Lancer is basically able to bounce back into its hand when it gets reversed,
Yep.
and then you're able to play it again next turn. So it's continuously, how do you say it? Value / annoying for the opponents, unless they have permanent ways to get rid of, like on reverse into stock or into bottom deck. Luckily, Data Live usually doesn't have that, right?
Yeah, on top of that, Data Live's level 0s are mostly only 1/5 power, so unless Varga is able to draw into a card which has 2k or more power, which she did here, but it means he has to skip out on the effect of the level 0 Kurumi here in order to answer that Lancer, which may or may not return to his hand. So, if the Lancer returns to his hand, it just means that Shirk got to force Varga to use his Kurumi 1 turn early and then not be able to search, which is a pretty big advantage going first in this matchup, I guess.
And we got the hero right here on the screen. Battle continues, Lancer. The crazy part about this card is if you get multiples of it, you can do multiple attacks a turn.
Yeah. Sometimes a no loss of card advantage, so...
That's right. And literally every single... we saw the climax before, right? They're all 2 souls. Yeah. They all stock souls as well.
So Varga triggers a standby here, which means that he can bring out a character, but...
Did he miss the timing?
Interestingly, he didn't.
There is a 1/1 right there.
Yeah, alright, but looks like the game is proceeding. Unfortunately, that Lancer is not returning to hand as he just revealed a copy of itself.
Did he see the top 2 cards?
I guess so, and opted to play the 1/1 in the front row instead of the back row.
That's kind of... Wow. Wow. Okay. Surprise.
That's quite interesting.
Okay. So the Lancer goes, unfortunately, but the entire rest of the deck is you want Brainstorms to salvage Lancers back.
Yeah, so Shirk is hitting level 1
already?
here.
Wow, okay.
But because of the way that Shirk's deck is composed, he does not gain access to any new cards at level 1.
I mean, you don't need cards. The worst case here is if he just passes. If he actually has no cards. This is a real possibility with this deck. If your hand is just all level 3s, sometimes it's tough.
Yeah.
Right? Life is tough, but luckily we see another card come down.
Alright, so that is the new level 0 Rider, which when it comes into play can pay 1 and clock 1 to salvage a character. Right here he uses it to get a Lancer, which... Oh, he does have 3 attackers. And it's pretty great here, so those Lancers being 500 power higher than Varga's, it can really push down Varga's hand size, even though he did just regain 2 cards from standby triggers.
Wow, and the Lance is doing work. And the crazy part about this deck is that because you run so many soul triggers anyway because of your Guild Buster combo, you trigger a lot.
Yes.
So you're basically... Think of everything as nearly having at least 2 soul. Because you're basically grabbing all the zeros from your deck, right?
Yeah. Alright, and it looks like Varga is leveling up here. Having just cancelled there once, it means that he's already 3 climaxes out, but he probably won't be suffering too much on card advantage as long as he keeps playing high power characters.
Isn't he 4 climax out? Because he did triple.
Yeah, he did triple trigger on turn 1 and then cancel 1 more, so... Alright, and Shirk is front attacking here.
Definitely front attacking. That's another trigger, yes.
Yeah, but if this damage cancels, that Rider may go to stock. Did not happen this time, but...
Unfortunate, but
you know, doing damage is also pretty good. So
Yes,
you know.
dealing a lot of damage wins games pretty much. You know.
So in this case, I think Shirk, you know, appreciates either result. He either gets a stock or he either sticks 2 damage there. So
Shirk only is minding what happens to the lances. You know, if the lances come back, perfect game. I think the problem with Varg is how does he get rid of 3 stock? I mean, pay 3 encore is pretty.
yeah, pay 3 encore is a choice, but sometimes, like in this one, you are forced to encore a card that is not really going to do anything on your board next
Yes.
turn. So I think in that case, Varga will probably want to consider using other ways to pay out the stock, or maybe just pay out 2 stock and leave the 1 on the bottom.
Yeah, because
Use
paying
it as a
3
resource.
stock is so painful, right?
Yeah, it is. It's an entire turn's worth of stock, so it really limits your options in later stages of the game.
The good thing here is Varga is going digging. You know, he's, when you see so many climax out, it's a good time to dig. Right? It's a good time to dig.
So Varga has added a Brainstorm to his hand, and he's going to send the Shido that he rested for the cost of My Little Shido to add a character from the top 4. And
Okay.
he adds a level 0 talker here. So I think it did sort of appear here, but because he rested the Shido, the Brainstorm couldn't immediately hit the board and then rest 2 characters for like a smooth transition here. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but yeah, it does come up.
Well, he can play the brainstorm now as well to kind of dig more.
Yeah, he could. But
I mean, a lot of climax is out, but you're fulfilling 2 objectives: cleaner climax and dig further into your deck.
that is true. But it does look like he is opting to use some other cards first. So maybe he doesn't have a card that he wants to rest alongside the brainstorm in order to pay for the rest 2 condition.
I think the zero is okay, but yeah.
It is digging through his deck, so he might be able to refresh at level 1 if he's a bit lucky.
Yeah, I think it's looking to that. It's looking to that. He's going very hard.
Yeah. It is interesting that Varga just discarded a 1/1 character there, though. So if he brainstorms and then kept that level 1 in his hand to play down, he would have paid out that 3 star pretty cleanly. And you know, while that level 1 would probably not be able to use its effect to send a higher level character to the waiting room, it at least will most likely survive until Shirk hits level 2. So
I mean, he might have another Kurumi.
yeah, that's also entirely possible. So I'm just keen to see what he's going to do to pay out that last stock this turn.
Okay, so he missed that last one. But that was very expected. Oh, okay.
Alright,
Yeah.
so he plays the colloquially known as drop salvage Kotori here to check the top 2 cards of his deck. Based on that information, it looks like he probably wants to salvage a character.
As long as he doesn't, it's not too climax at the top again.
Yeah, that would be the worst case scenario, but
Ooh,
he just got a climax there, so the chances of those 2 cards being climaxes do seem quite low.
That means there's probably another climax in his
Yeah.
hand, right? Unless he's just going for the 8 refresh, because otherwise
We
it's
haven't seen him send too many climaxes to the waiting room during this turn, though, so based on that, I'd say that he may have seen a climax there.
There's still 7 in the deck.
But that means that after 3 attacks, he'll go down to 4 cards, and that is enough, just low enough that he will be guaranteed to refresh before he hits level 2.
Yeah, and I guess if he thinks there's a climax somewhere in there, he knows the top 2 isn't it? It's probably in the bottom 5. That's not bad. That's not bad odds, you know.
No, it's not. And because he was able to look at the top 2 cards, it means that he can avoid triggering on the first attack like he just did on the previous turn, and he can quite fairly guarantee that he either gets a cancel or strengthens his board significantly.
Okay.
And Varga gets an early play heal, and assigns 1000 power to the level 0 Kurumi, so it doesn't have to match to the card that it's front attacking.
I think the early play heal is pretty good. You know, he's kind of in a poorish position, I guess.
Yeah, it's not a great position, so that early play heal to just, reduce the damage by 1 and take a small breath. It's definitely
Yeah.
going to
It's going for the
get him
3
back in the
first.
game. Yeah.
Does this mean this is another trigger? Oh, 1.
So it looks like there wasn't a standby in the top 2 cards of the deck.
Alright, what does he get?
That is a brainstorm, so that doesn't miss again.
Ooh, the lance is not continuing.
Not
you
too
know.
well.
This one hitting for 2. And the second lancer, boom.
Another miss.
Ooh,
That's quite unusual.
That is 0 out of 3. We saw a lot of lances, but none of them wanting to stay.
Yeah. And due to Varga's attack order here, he now gets to know 1 card in Shirk's hand, as the revealed card is the one that he draws for turn. And in this case, well, the revealed card being a level 0, it's most likely that Shirk is just going to play it straight down, and Varga
That's
won't
right.
have any long-term information advantage there, but nonetheless,
For the
it is...
clock?
One more card that he knows about.
Shirk already at level 2.
All right.
Is there a chance of any guild bustering happening this turn? We haven't seen a lot of climax go out, right?
No, we haven't actually. And, because Varga is at the lower level here, it might actually just be the optimal timing to go for Gilgamesh.
You reverse everything, push the damage up high, and then, finish off with other cards.
Yeah.
But...
One of the difficulties... Yeah.
Here it comes.
One of the difficulties of Gilgamesh is that his base power isn't so high, so if he wants to reverse a character, he sometimes forces the player to discard multiple cards for the power fund. But right here, because Varga is on the lower level, Shirk doesn't need to really worry about all of that, and he can just front attack normally and ask his opponent if he has a 6k counter, make a small taunt, and just do that burn damage.
Okay, so we have some Gate of Babylon Gilgameshes coming down, and hopefully you can use the effect.
Yep.
Put 2 down, possibly for damage quite high, I think. Quite high. We saw all zeros go away, right?
That's right. Because some of the lances are in the waiting room, Shirk revealed 3 level zeros. The chances of the remaining cards in the deck being, on average, high level cards should be pretty good.
Ooh, gets a green, 2 greens. Ooh,
That's quite unusual. Given the number of green cards in Shirk's deck, I don't think he sees that many green cards particularly. But, I think he was just trying to go through his deck to modify it to a better number so he can refresh stronger here.
I mean, that was the perfect time to get rid of those cards too.
Yeah, absolutely.
No extra soul. No. They are soulless.
Yeah.
So
he just needs that brainstorm, and I think that was the last brainstorm in his deck with 3 copies, 1 being on the stage, 1 being in level. So yeah, that was actually probably one of the best case scenarios.
And here we have Gate of Babylon coming down.
Alright, so Gate of Babylon is a stock soul climax, so it chooses a card of the same color in the waiting room and puts it into stock.
I mean, it's kind of rare that we see stock soul in this day and age. But the Gate of Babylon going in.
Alright.
It's a match. It's a match.
It's the same power.
It's a bit risky.
It is a bit risky, but looking at Varga's hand, it looks like he only has 3. So, pushing down Varga's resources to limit his options next turn, while still being able to do that damage, is probably what Shirk wants to go for here, and it does look like it's going to be in his favor.
Okay, it's fine. If you're playing a deck like this, you gotta take the risk. But he gets the reverse off, and we do have Gilgamesh's skill coming right up. Just like in the anime,
Yep.
source material, he'll be throwing some weapons.
Yep.
Doing the mulligan.
Alright.
So this is how much? This was 3 damage, was it?
Yep.
that's a
So
refresh.
he took the damage and refresh point.
Oh, did he forget?
I believe he forgot to.
Oh,
use
yeah,
the-
it's a mandatory effect.
It is the mandatory effect, so it looks. I think there may have to be a rewind here.
Yeah. We gotta see the damage.
Yeah. All right. Well, while that's going on, it does look like they're continuing the game for a little bit, but yeah, Varga having refreshed that climax, it would probably not have been in his favor, and Gilgamesh mills another level. Triggers another soul trigger, and Varga takes this as well. Oh, all right.
Wow, Varga is just taking a bunch of damage.
And mills 2 and that is 2 soul triggers, 2 Gilgameshes, so that's 2 individual instances of 1, which both go in. Alright, so Varga is at 2-6, having basically skipped a level here. Alright, so it I guess Varga getting that early play heal on the previous turn would definitely help him in this next turn, meaning that he can still heal down 1, even though he has not hit level 3 yet. But at the same time, because Shirk did opt to reverse his character, he's quite short on hand and may want to clock instead. So he's in a bit of a dilemma here, where he wants the hand, but that would also force him into not healing.
Okay, so just clarifying, the first Gilgamesh did the burn damage before they refreshed. So
Oh, okay.
all good. All good. So now we just see a bunch of damage going into the claw. Oh wow, this is...
One thing to take note is though that Varga is also short on stock, so if he chooses to play the early play heal here, he isn't left with very much stock to play into his endgame, which is probably what he really needs to do here, being almost a level behind and quite short on resources, so going into double, ideally triple Krumi is what he wants to do, but instead he has to play the level 2 Talker straight from hand.
No.
So
That's
I think,
never good.
I think the fact that Shirk reversed that one, level 1 has definitely kicked in here, because the level 3 early play Talker requires 4 other characters on the board to be played early, which Varga most likely was not able to fulfill this turn, seeing as he opted to play a card which doesn't heal instead. But
Yeah. I really like how Shirk just dropped the Gilgamesh there. And goes, okay, right? You don't have much stock,
Yeah.
right? Let's try and push your game all the way from the low level 1, right? All the way to 2-6 now. 2-6. I mean, got a bit lucky, sure, but.
Alright, so interestingly, Varga attacks here with the level 2 first, so my guess was that he was going to attack with the level 2 second in order to look at the next 2 cards of his deck, and, if he sees a climax, he can put it 1 card deeper, so he won't have to trigger it, and he's guaranteed to cancel going into Shirk's turn. But with this way, while he can manipulate or know the order of his next 2 cards, he would have to skip out on attack in order to gain a cancel with the information that he has gotten. And right here with this damage lead that Shirk has, Varga would most likely want to make that extra attack. So I'm not sure if this is going to hurt Varga, but I suppose he would hope that that is not what happens to him.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the game plan from Shirk, very, very nice. I mentioned before, going to 2-6, right? Got to be lucky, but now Varga is in such a position where he has not much stock, he has not much hand. The game's accelerated so quickly, right? He's not ready to do what he wants to do. And sure, Shirk might not have the perfect kind of triple Gilgamesh feel here, boom, 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 and then a bunch of damage comes in, right? But he's in a position now where his opponent is in a worse position than he is. He's in like an okay scrappy position, but Varga probably is not in that place where he really wants to be right now.
Yeah, Varga's deck, Data Life, is a deck that better capitalizes on having a lead and having more options available, whereas I think many of the cards in Shirk's deck, especially the level 3s, are all cards which just work on their own. Like whatever he draws, if it's a level 3, most likely it'll just be able to do its job. The worst one, I think, is still the level 3 Saber, and even then it's just a 10,000 power heal, and it opens that gap in the damage. So, even the quote-unquote worst card is not even a bad card by any measure. So, Shirk can really just keep pushing here, and the game would go in his favor if Varga continues to take damage.
I mean, the level 3 Saber is a level 3 with soul.
Yeah, it's a level 3 with a soul icon. It's 2 soul, and it's a great. It's fine.
That's already doing a lot of work.
Yeah, it is by no means a bad card. It's just everything else is a little bit better. Alright, so Shirk plays the 2-1 Rider here, which gains power on his Shirk's turn and gains even more power when something else attacks. And additionally can gain a stock from the top card of the deck when it reverses level 2 or higher card. So, if Shirk can make 3 attacks here, that is big enough.
Wow, there it is. And I like this card. It's just, again, he's looking at his opponent's field. Maybe we can make something. I'm going to be against a lot of standby decks. Let's kind of break their field again, or try and break their field.
Yeah.
Can this get bigger than that Talker though? That Talker looks pretty big.
Yep. So with it's a bit hard to see. I believe there's an open space under Varga's hand there. So that Talker is actually only 10,500 power.
Oh,
which
okay.
is only 500 bigger than Rider on a full board, except Rider also has 1 open space, so that will be 1,500 bigger. But that's the amount of power that Rider gets every time another character attacks. So Rider will be scaling over that Talker. That is a 1,000 power reduction, as the level 0 Rider's attack was cancelled and Shirk opted to get the stock. But it is still a 1 stock answer to a card that was played for 2 stock.
Yes. That was played down hard and wasn't the standby out. So
yes.
Technically value.
And if Shirk gets the reverse here and the stock, that means that he will also just replenish his stock and basically be a 0 stock answer to
Wow.
And that is happening. Although the damage did cancel here, and Varga can take a small breather.
But Shirk's stock also going pretty high too.
Shirk's stock is quite high. He doesn't have anything that he absolutely needs to encore on his board, but it means that whatever he draws next turn, level 3s, he's kind of happy to just play them straight down. And Varga has to pay 3 and encore the 2/2, which is quite rough.
Considering he was on low stock before as well.
Yeah, that is right. you know that he has a early play heal in his hand, which I thought that he might want to play down this turn, but I'm guessing that with the 2-2 Encore, it just means that, he still wasn't going to be able to fill his board up in order to early play it and had to keep the 2-soul attacker instead.
Yeah, you just how do you off balance in a way? It's so off balance. This isn't something you don't really prepare for Gillbuster really when
you don't.
You want to test your hey can you test Gillbuster against me?
Gillbuster is the type of deck that I groan if my opponent pulls out without announcing. So all right. So Shirk hits level 3, so that gives him access to about a third of the cards in his deck.
Yep.
And all right.
The cards in the
approximately. So yeah, that's a level up.
But now all the big finishes can come out and play.
Right, yeah. Vargo is opting attack with the 2-2 again here, so fortunately it looks like he's attacking direct first, so neither of those cards must have been climaxes, as if he did see a climax, it seems like he would probably want to attack the middle first to make sure that Shirk's board is answered and Vargo can still get that cancel. But
you might be thinking of not attacking, so it could be a climax.
Yeah, it does look like it. It is an equal power match.
Yes. Boom.
4-2. Yeah. And Shirk does take that, but as the power lines are the same, Vargo will have to lose that line. I'm fairly certain he's not going to pay 3 Encore. And that is +1 damage on the direct attack.
Oh, it's sided. I think siding was a misplay on that.
Was a misplay.
On that Sakura. Sakura!
Yeah.
Leaving that Sakura means he can brainstorm twice.
Yeah, it's an extra brainstorm, which, with the ample amount of stock that Shirk has, I think he'd be pretty keen to do that, really.
So here's the thing. Vargo is on 2-6, right?
Yeah.
That is kill range.
That is kill range if
for the
Shirk,
Gilgamesh.
If Shirk does draw into Gilgamesh, or more specifically the climax, and he's able to salvage the Gilgamesh here, that is a dangerous range, given that he just triple cancelled in the previous turn. He hits 2, and he gets the Saber heal here. Alright, so this Saber heal is, it's a heal, as I've said earlier, and it combos on any climax named Excalibur. And the ability is that when she attacks, she can discard 3 to give a character the ability to deal 3 damage twice to the opponent if damage dealt by the chosen character is cancelled. So it is a bit costly, and sometimes the damage by the selected character is not cancelled. And, you feel bad, but in this sort of scenario, it does look like that, any amount of damage is going to be appreciated by Shirk, and he can heal down a bit, so he can extend the amount of time that he has to end the game. And one of the interesting things about this card is that it combos on Excalibur, and Excalibur has just a lot of cards with the same name. Even Excalibur Morgan in the first Heaven's Fuel set is treated as a card of the same name. So there's a lot of climaxes that you can choose from to combo with based on the color or trigger. But right here with the Guild deck, Shirk has opted to choose the Stock Soul Excalibur from Fate Zero, which is usually a not very popular choice because Stock Soul is a climax that has high value when played from hand, but not necessarily when triggered. And usually the popular ones are the choice trigger or the comeback trigger. Mm-hmm. But the synergy is there, and this is one of those few rare occasions where you appreciate these older cards, which
gives
most of the time are a bit weaker. But yeah, it gives you that.
Variety, I guess?
Yeah, the variety. And yeah, so it looks like Shirk is choosing not to, or maybe he doesn't have the climax, but he's not using the combo here, and instead it just attacks 3 times with 2 soul characters while healing. But given Varga's situation, that actually just may be good enough, or actually fantastic, because, Shirk is on 3-0. Varga is probably not too well prepared to hit level 3 right now.
He doesn't have hand for Kurumi.
He doesn't have hand for Kurumi. Even if he clock draws into, the perfect Kurumi hand, he still will need cards to discard to burn 3. So, sitting back, healing down, taking that breather is quite in Shirk's favor. And this 4 is a pivotal damage, and it sticks!
Oh no! Ooh, it's close!
Alright, so Varga does not have too many turns left. Again, we do know that heal is in his hand. Based on the fact that he hasn't been committing a full board to play that heal, I would probably take a guess that he has another heal in his hand, so maybe he can heal down to that 3-3 this turn. But
so 4 cards in hand, he can't even clock draw.
Yeah, no, that would be a bit too risky here. And
that's like a game-losing strategy.
Yeah, it would be. The only way that would win him the game is if he can draw into the perfect cards and deal, the exact amount of damage he needs to do to end the game. But that is risky for sure. And oh, sorry, he's on 3-6, so that would actually
It is a
that would straight up lose the game. All right. Okay. Fortunately, he doesn't have to worry about losing the game immediately to refresh point quite yet, and
Yes.
he has 4 cards in the deck. So potentially, if he can win the board back this turn, Saber's only been 10,000 power. That's not too difficult. He may be able to use the one copy of the refresh counter Kurumi in the deck to avoid taking that refresh point, protect the board, gain the direct attack, and use that in his favor. But unfortunately, having only 4 stock, he can only play 2 characters whose powers are above 10,000, and will need to depend on trigger and standby on the last attack in order for 3 lanes to be available for a counter.
I mean, at this point, does he even have the climax combo, do you think?
Well, the way that he placed his hand
No.
definitely it definitely makes me think that he does have that climax, but
That's sometimes a tell. You know, sometimes people just naturally put it face down like that when they're just about to go. But it could just be the way he's placing his hand. You know, it's the one of the. Oh,
Alright,
okay.
that is
Alright.
a climax for Kurumi. And he brings back the Uniform Talker, which it doesn't give any power right now, but if Shirk chooses to front attack with weaker characters into Varga's characters, that will give Varga a little bit more chance to cancel by putting non-climax at the bottom. So, you know, Varga does look like he's not too confident on ending the game this turn, and instead is hoping that he can cancel a little bit more and have one more turn to finish off Shirk.
So he has to. I think the thing here with Kurumi is he either goes stock swap or he goes the put 3 cards back, right?
Yeah. So
Decompress.
just for the unfamiliar, stock swap is a colloquial term that you know, Weiss breathers like us use, where you put all cards in your opponent's stock into the waiting room and an equivalent number from the top of their deck into the stock. So in these, it's powerful when your opponent has a relatively small deck with a higher concentration of climaxes. So you can remove climaxes; they don't go back into their new deck, and they won't be able to use them to cancel either. But unfortunately, even if Varga is able to do that, he doesn't have enough damage to seal the game quite yet, so he will need to depend on some soul triggers here.
So I think it has to be decompressor, right?
Yeah, so decompressor is also a slightly niche term that we use, where any effect where you can shuffle back cards in your opponent's deck, waiting room, sorry, back into their deck to worsen the climax ratio in their deck for a better chance to stick some damage, is one of the 3 modes of Kurumi. So the other effect that you can choose on Kurumi is to discard 2 and deal 3 damage to the opponent, but you know, with 0 cards in hand, Varga does not have that option.
Standby coming out. This is a
Alright.
true soul attack. Kind of helps, right? You need 7 damage to win the game.
Yep. So with one more soul trigger, Varga does have a shot at winning the game this turn. And that is a cancel. But, you know, he still has two soul attacks, so with 2 more triggers, that's 6 damage, and maybe Shirk will refresh into game.
Should he have attacked with the Kurumi first, maybe?
It sort of depends, but based on what we've seen on Shirk's side, it does look like he has a decent number of climaxes in there, and you know, maybe using the Kurumi first to try and send some climaxes into his stock may have been the better choice. But at least this way, if Varga had triggered that standby on the 2nd or 3rd attack, he can have 3 rows open, which is the best case scenario to survive an opponent's turn. So I think given that he wants to commit to surviving, this may have been the better choice. It was just a bit unfortunate that he triggered the standby on the 1st attack.
Okay.
This damage sticks, but because
it wasn't a trigger.
Yeah, because it wasn't a trigger, it means that Varga cannot win on this turn. And yeah.
Unlike Shirk, he doesn't have double triggers.
Yeah, and Shirk with 4 cards left in the deck and 3 cards in stock, it does look like a decent timing to shuffle some. To send 3 cards off the top of his deck into his stock.
Just depends how many climaxes are at. It feels like a very bad position here for Varga, because next turn Shirk is definitely gonna be dropping some probably burns, right?
Yeah. And Varga is on level 3 with 4 cards in clock, but with guaranteed refresh damage incoming, that will be 5. So Shirk only needs to consider doing 2 damage on the following turn.
You know, some of those Mickey burns, right? The on attack burns.
Yep.
Burning based on level. Normally, you'd be afraid if you burn a 0, like hit a 0 or a 1, right?
Yep.
But because you don't run 1s in this deck,
Yeah.
you're always burning for at least 2.
And again, if you do reveal a 0, which is only 2 damage, that is the exact amount of damage that Shirk needs to do. So
Yes.
that's not even a bad thing in some scenarios.
And the stock swap did come into play.
Yep.
Last card in deck was the free fresh, right?
Yep. So Shirk hasn't been able to use it too often, although it doesn't look like it's part of a central game plan. But that is a card which, when played, if the player has 5 or fewer cards in deck, the player may shuffle their waiting room into their deck and draw a card. So when you're on a thin deck, it means that you can avoid taking that 1 refresh penalty, and it replaces itself in the hand. So there is another popular build of Fate where you can just keep going into this card over and over at level 2, and you keep getting all that climax value through cancelling and triggering while you don't take any refresh penalty, and your compression just keeps going better and better.
But what does Varga need to do to try and win? He needs to survive the next turn.
Yeah,
he needs to get
Varga-
like 6 cancels or something, right?
Yeah, it depends entirely on what Shirk's next turn looks like, and that can be, it's pretty variable, just based on what he draws. But
I think he's setting up quite well though, because he's
Yeah.
put two of the one
he does
pop
have
in the
2
back.
uniform talkers, so if he can just cancel a little bit off the top, and use the talker to his advantage to get the extra cancels just that he needs, he is probably the most prepared he could be, judging from what he was where he was at the beginning of the turn.
Yeah, to basically play to your one single out. We'll pay 3 encore. Not bad. He is playing to his out there,
Okay.
getting as many climaxes back into the deck.
Yeah, that did mildly improve his compression, and also because Shirk only has 3 stock right now.
Yes,
It means that he can't put a 1-soul character in front in the lane that may have been open to make a 2-soul attack, which would have been game ending.
that's right.
Yeah.
Because if you have a 1 soul character and you plus 1 soul, that equals 2.
That equals 2, and that is exactly what Shirk
That is
wants.
lethal. Yeah, that's maths is good, isn't it? It's really helped, in a game like Weiss Schwarz.
Yeah, I'm glad that I went to primary school where they taught me how to do addition.
Dude, that's right. Addition, subtraction.
Yeah.
And all the lances are coming back. Ooh, this seems like a less than ideal, I guess.
But Shirk didn't choose to brainstorm here and just immediately played some level 0 characters right in the front row. So my guess is that he probably drew into a climax, which would bump his level 1 soul characters to 2 soul, and that would be exactly what he needs to.
I mean, keep in mind though, Shirk might not need to play a climax at all because there's so many triggers in the deck.
yeah, that is also possible. So I'm keen to see what he's up to. He is on 3 cards in hand, so if my guess is right and he did draw a climax, or even if it's stock soul, Excalibur.
It's
It
always-
is Excalibur.
Oh, it's Excalibur.
All right.
Does he have enough hand? I think he has enough hand, right?
It looks like, well, he didn't brainstorm, so he must have at least 3 hand to be able to do the combo. All right, and that
yeah.
is 3 damage, which is 1 over what he needs to do, but nonetheless lethal.
It feels like he has 2 cards in hand. I don't know.
It looks like 2, yeah. Keen to see what it is, but we'll work it out. Anyhow, but because Shirk chose to front attack into a high power character here, if Varga does get the cancel, he will be able to look at the top card of the deck and put it to the bottom if it's an undesirable card. So unfortunately, Varga just does straight and
took
take
it.
that damage, and Shirk advances to top 4.
Yeah, wow, that was an exciting game, right?
We definitely got to see, Joel Buster in action.
That's right. I have to say, we were literally on the edge of our seats. Literally on the edge of our seats.
No, for sure.
So, I mean, Guild. I've lost my. Oh.
Yeah. Well, I think one interesting thing we can pick up about this Guild Buster deck is that Fate is a restricted set in the Japanese edition of the game with a slightly eased restriction list now. But out of all the cards, sorry, the name escapes me. Shirk is only playing one of them, which is the 2-1 Archer and Rin.
Yeah, the free fresh.
Yeah, which means that the deck is completely legal in Japanese, and all of the time, myself included, players think that English is a very high-powered format, and you want to play all these decks which have shown results in Japan and have been restricted, or decks that can fight against them, like Ruby. But Shirk has showed us that you don't have to play those decks, and you can still do well as long as you have confidence in your deck. You know what?
Confidence.
Yeah,
that's right. Confidence.
confidence. Yeah. So that was a very cool match to see. I'm glad that we can start off our day like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think like watching Shirk's game, you look okay. Fate's been around for a while. Guildbuster's been around for a while. But just the way that he played it as well, he knows like what the metagame is like, how the game actually is played, right? And then how do we play against that playstyle, you know? And if you're playing a deck and you're playing against a fast deck and your game plan gets destabilized a lot of times, the game goes way too fast. Suddenly, like a 2-soul comes out and you just take a bunch of damage. That happens. That stuff happens. And if your deck has problems recovering from that, then you'll lead to these kind of situations.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I think we've still got a few matches going on, so you can just talk. You can just listen to us talk for a bit.
We do know one match that will go on for a while. Yeah. I think it'll be the Data Live.
Yeah, I think it was the Data Live mirror.
It always, that match will definitely go long because again, we talk about just looking at that match, right? That game went really, really quickly, but. Simply because one deck is very fast. It's made to go fast against slow decks, right? Yeah,
and especially because his Lancers didn't bounce, I think Shirk wanted to just go for that fast game because the longer the game goes, the more opportunity he gives Varga to top check with the Uniform Talker, and it's more likely that Shirk was going to run out of cards to play with if he kept doing that. So, it was in his favor, he knows what he's doing, and that won him the game.
Okay, so maybe... not sure how long the game will actually go for though, but if we can, maybe we'll have a short break, maybe, to just for them to finish, because Data Live mirrors do go for a while, and I think we'll see you back very soon, or hopefully very soon, for the top cuts, top 4 of. Top 8. Top 8.
Top 4 of the AO region BR.
That's right. Thanks to the same, man. Wow, Guildbuster, man. That destabilized my train of thought. We'll cut to a quick break and we'll be back very soon, so stay put.
Nice. Very
Guildbuster, man. What the...
What a game.
I'll attack your character. Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushy.
Hi, my name is Chad Lesky. I am the BSFO North America Premium Champion. I played Murakumo, specifically the Nuodaio archetype. So I prepare for all large regional events in a similar way. I typically test with friends remotely or at our local game store by buying a large chunk of the top meta decks that I'm considering playing, and I run a gauntlet against them. For some events, this means hundreds of hours of playtesting, looking for specific niche things to get right. However, PSFO was a little bit different. Due to COVID restrictions, I wasn't actually able to test in person at my local game store, and a majority of my Cardfight playing friends were taking breaks waiting for things to die down. So I played in a few community-run webcam events, and outside of that, 99% of my testing time was against one friend, and his online tag is Royal Lover, so thank you so much for the help. Yeah, so I started playing the game in V-Series. It feels like so long ago already. My first ever Bushiroad event was the first V-Series BCS in Anaheim, California. Where I actually piloted OTT to a top 8. That was a fantastic deck. I love that format. Not very many people did, but I did. I also managed to get second place at Premium BCS Anaheim with Neonectar. And with my team, we got top 4 at Bushiroad Springfest 2019. I was piloting Anj at that point. My friend Andrew actually learned Gize the night before, and we sat him down and we're like, okay, time to learn Gize. You check your triggers, you win. That was fun. Large scale events are always a blast. I usually always end up with butterflies in my stomach, like traveling to and right before. And I always question, did I prepare it properly? Did I pick the right deck? But, once you get there and you start meeting people, you start playing, time flies and it's always a good time. Yeah, so learning premium as a new player is difficult but very rewarding. The card pool is ginormous, right? We have hundreds of, well, more than that, thousands of cards that all do very niche things, especially heading into G Series and even before that. And so to me, it was always interesting when I would get got by like this card I've never seen before, and I would have to look it up, and then I would look at all the cards from that clan because I'd be like, I don't want to get got again. But balancing, basically I split my time pretty evenly originally between the formats. And once I felt like I was in a solid place with one, I would reduce the amount of playtime. So it would start 50-50. Standard was the first format. V Standard with OTT was the first format where I felt very comfortable in, so I reduced that to like 80% premium, 20% V Standard in that format. Now with D Series, playtesting 3 formats can be rough. Your time is split, that's for sure. Especially right now, where premium is kind of more open. There's less of a defined meta right now, and so there's a lot more to watch out for. There's a lot more cards you can get got by, and so I'd say right now I'm putting 60% of my time into premium. I'm putting 20% of my time into V Standard or V Premium, I believe, and then I'm putting that remaining 20% into D Series. Thankfully, D Series, the format's newer, so there's less to be surprised by. Definitely a different experience, to say the least. I wouldn't say it's bad. There are pros and cons, and I think one of the pros is I got to have my cats as emotional support throughout the tournament. But there are some definite difficulties. Internet can be finicky, webcams can be blurry, communication can be difficult, right? Like there's some things that you miss when you're not in person. But despite that, I think the online play experience is a net positive. I was able to play against players that I'd likely only see at Worlds, and my friends created a Discord chat where we hung out in between rounds, which kind of emulated that experience of talking about your bad beats and stuff like that in between rounds. I also really like public deck lists, and that's something that we can do super easily online. It lets me prepare for my upcoming matchup, and it prevents me from like getting got, right, as often, because I can recognize maybe a combo that I hadn't seen before. Most importantly, I'm just happy to play some form of competitive Vanguard. As a person, I only play card games that have like a competitive like tournament structure to them. And with the world events derailing all of that for every card game, basically, it made me really miss it. And so having Bushiroad step up and offer an online competitive event is super cool and important. I'd love for BRO to stick around even in a post-pandemic world. Maybe as a mid-year event to help bridge the gap between BSF and BCS. Yeah, so I think this is just a common card game philosophy that every player should adopt. And this is kind of relevant. I was recently minted as a level 1 Cardfight Vanguard judge, and I can tell you that you need to not be afraid of calling a judge. Especially in remote fight situations, things can be difficult to resolve because you're not there with your opponent. You can't like show them, for instance, what you intend all the time when it's just words. And judges are here to assist in almost any situation. And I promise you, and I promise everyone watching, that it's a lot easier to let a judge resolve issues for you than to work them out yourself with your opponent in the match if things aren't looking like they can. Opponent's webcam or internet low quality, ask a judge to review and work with you. Uncertain about a card, call a judge. I always hear players tell stories that they should have called a judge, and I always ask them, hey, why didn't you? Are you afraid of calling them? And they typically don't have a defined reason, just more like they don't want to bother the judges. But that's what judges are there for. You're not bothering people or bothering us when you call us over. So always call a judge when you're uncertain. And as a follow-up to that rule, if you feel that something in the ruling is even the least bit off, always appeal. Appeal to the head judge. Judges won't take it personally if you appeal. It's all business. We understand that we're not all knowing and sometimes we can make mistakes. So yeah, always call a judge and always appeal. As a competitor, Practice makes perfect, but ultimately Vanguard is a game with a higher level of variance present in it. And some days things just won't go your way. You'll brick, your opponent will have it all. Sometimes you'll see no triggers. I know we all know how that feels. But just remember that even if you're frustrated at the game, you need to be able to separate your opponent and the game. And yeah, just be an overall good sport. Lastly, Vanguard is a game of percentages. And giving yourself every opportunity to put percentage points on your side is incredibly critical. What I always do is I typically always pick from the strong 5 perceived decks in the metagame. I use online resources or my opponent's deck list to help learn or interact with matchups. YouTube channels like WCC, Different Fight, all of these places are good resources to learn about the metagame and cards that are present in them. Triple checking your Guardian and attacking columns. Just, there's no reason not to. I've seen so many people lose to accidental overguards or forgetting that they have an extra 5k power on their rear guard. There's no reason to do that. You have plenty of time. Don't feel rushed. Just triple check. And most importantly, I think, is managing your feelings of nervousness, those butterflies that you get. The more you compete at high-level events or regional events, and the more you get to top 8 or top 16 or whatever it may be, the less nervous you get because you get exposed to it more often, but that feeling of nervousness never goes away. Learning to live with that, learning to accept it and not let it affect your gameplay is going to be incredibly critical to your career as a Cardfight Vanguard player. Just have fun. Like that's really it. I know that we can get caught up in the competitive aspect of it, but BRO was made to have fun. So enjoy yourself.
Hey guys, bit of a delay, but we are back from the Garugamesh action just over here. And yeah, we can start off our next game right soon.
Yeah, well, we have the brackets. So let's take a look at that. Thanks for waiting, everyone, as well.
Yeah.
Just it wasn't the data live.
Yeah.
It wasn't the data. But yeah, we can see that Mark won his match against Nicholas, and now is facing Kisa, who won his match against Pekoha, and then Vince. The Vince was able to beat Adventure Time.
Yep.
And we saw Shirk able to Garugamesh his way all the way to top 4, right?
Yeah. People do die when they are killed.
That's right. That is true. So, following that, let's look at the deck list for the next match we're about to see.
Alright, so this is Hakase or Mark's standby door Kaguya list.
Yes.
4 and 4.
Yeah,
So
the PR brainstorm list.
Yep.
So if you're on a budget, guys,
save some money, get the brainstorms, play this instead.
That's right. And he'll be facing against Kisamat's. So let's look at this. Look at Kisamat's list, which is Data Live. And I guess not much to say. It looks good. It looks good, right? We've seen all the Data Live. This is actually the first Data Live versus Kaguya Mirror, I think. Not Mirror, but first Kaguya versus Data Live match we have.
The anticipated?
The anticipated, we've been expected. So let's jump into the game. Everyone's been waiting for a while now, so we might as well see what's happening, right? Ooh. So we still have on the left. Oh, this is some got Mark there.
Yeah, it looks like Mark on the left and Kisa on the right.
That's right. I like Mark's deck. You know, it's just like mine, you know.
Yeah. Isn't it the other way around?
Well, you know, when friends need help, you might as well lend it out. So, but then, so Mark's on the left, Kisa's on the right. And I think they're just about to begin. Oh, Kisa.
So looks like Marcus just got a level 3 Kaguya and probably a 2/2 in his opening hand. So if he does trigger a stamina on his first attack, he won't be able to bring anything back. But I'd assume that he just decided the cards in his hand are better to keep in hand than that. On the other hand, Kisa has discarded, is that just one of the 1/1 Yoshino? Yeah. So the 1/1 Yoshino is actually a pretty good card to have in the waiting room in this matchup opening hands, because if you hit over 1 and you have one each of the 1/1 Yoshino and the 1/1 Kurumi in the front row with a 2/2 that's standby in the back row, you can almost always make a swap with the Yoshino that makes it difficult for your opponent to answer board. So if they put a anti-level 2 attacker in front of Yoshino, you can swap into the level 1. If they swap into a level 1 combo, you can swap into the 2/2. So yeah, I think that while this matchup is probably a bit Kaguya favored, Kisa does have that first step in playing towards the out.
Yeah, and like just developing a Yoshino early game is always great, right?
Yeah, it is
always good, and able to just, I don't know, how do you say, when like later on we talk about how Miyuki can just destroy a board, right?
Yeah.
But then the Yoshino just stops that pretty much, right?
Yeah, Data Life can out Miyuki with a relatively cheap cost in Yoshino, and sometimes you can even use the level 0 Shido to reset the 4,500 power that it gains through its effect, and then attack over it.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's very, very true. Very true. So it's actually not as like one-sided.
No, it's
as you'd think, right? But I think I kind of want to mention, right, that also a few players I know playing AO, where we're just we're thinking, okay, do we just got a message and the judges are just checking something. So we'll be we'll be back to the game very soon. But yeah, I think just something to note about AO region, right, is that a lot of the players were wanting to not take Data Live because they didn't want to play their Data Live mirror, right? And and I think that's a pretty legit choice to make, right? You know,
I've heard that Mark is one of those people, as from the information we have that he was playing Data Live in the other region, Europe.
Yes.
So yeah, it looks like he did want to avoid playing Data Live mirrors.
Yes, and I think other players as well. So I think a lot of them swapped to Kaguya.
And Kisa starts with 3 brainstorms and brings out the level 1 Yoshino. Returns one of the ones in his front row to the hand and one in the back row to give the Yoshino 2 instances of 1k, so it goes to 5/5. And looks like he wants to make one attack to just get that one stock going here. And
Ooh,
it's a
standby comes out.
slightly unfortunate standby trigger. Won't be able to gain the value of it, but he can quickly pay it out by using the one stock from Yoshino's effect.
I think this is a very, very interesting play, right? You see, wow, all these brainstorms are coming out. What's going on?
Yeah.
But then suddenly the Yoshino comes out. Now he has a nice swap, right? So if Mark is tempted to attack into the brainstorm, guess what's swapping out?
Yeah.
Right.
One of the cards that Kaguya boasts at level 0 is the level 0K, also commonly known as the Clean Cut Runner. It has the ability, or one of the abilities it has is that when it reverses an opponent, it can choose one of the player's characters and move it to the back row in rest state.
Yes.
But because of the way that Yoshino operates, if Mark wants to get its ability off, he will have to pump K all the way up to at least 5,500. Generally, with the way this deck works, it's probably 6,000 power. But in order to do that, he'll have to commit quite a few cards to his board. So Kisa will most likely pay 1 to swap here and deny Mark his attack. But instead, Mark does seem like he's only playing one character here, so he doesn't expect that he'll be able to get the effect off. But in this case, Kisa doesn't have to swap, and he still gets the trade. He already has 2 brainstorms, so yeah, Kisa just playing that card down and not even using the effect has deterred Mark from just pushing damage and promoting the early game aggression that Kaguya wants to have in this matchup.
So another cancel. He actually didn't swap.
Yeah, so it looks like he didn't swap, and Mark opted to keep his card advantage instead of trading here and side attacked.
Oh.
So the cancel there, Kisa probably doesn't appreciate too much. He doesn't have any cards that he wants to stand by in his bin, and level 0 is not Data Live's strong point until you get a level 1 in the bin. So over here, Kisa brainstorms, pays out the climax. Hopefully he might get another card to bring out, which, yeah, there's 3 legal targets, of which the level 1 Yoshino is probably the best one. And if he has another standby here, he can make a similar play.
I mean, more Yoshinos the better, right? He runs 3 in the deck, so
yeah,
lots of targets for that. Would you keep playing the slow game right now?
From Kisa's side, yeah, I think it would be better to just keep the game a bit slower. Being that, well, it looks like Mark will have to level up first before Kisa, which is not in Kisa's favor, but at least if the game keeps going fast, Kisa will have to keep trying to attempt to fight Hakase's board before he eventually gets to that point where all cards on Hakase's board will have on-reverse effects that deal extra damage, and if Kisa is on a lower level at that stage, it's going to be very difficult for him to push through towards the end game. So
yeah, I find that if Kaguya goes up to 1 first, right?
Yeah.
They're at least able to get their climax combo game plan off, which is pretty nice. And puts them in a pretty good position, because then they develop their level 2s first.
That's right.
And gets to move them up first.
So Mark chose to side attack there, which meant that Kisa was able to bounce an additional brainstorm that he otherwise would not have been able to do, pumping his level 1 Yoshino to 6-5 power, which is quite an important line, I guess. Although Mark does look like he's going to level up. If he hadn't done that, it was almost impossible for that level 0K to be able to scale over the Yoshino.
And this Yoshino is still remaining very, very big thanks to those brainstorms.
Yeah, that is right. So
every turn. Which is pretty good in a way, because now it's just hard. It's just hard to get over, get some value.
And with the second Yoshino in the back row, even if Mark is able to commit enough cards to run over the Yoshino in the front, Kisa did not pay any stock to get that card out. It's just the card that he got out of playing a standby from hand. So, he's got one copy of the card he needs, and he's not losing out on stock by doing that. So, yeah, I'd say Kisa has developed a decent start, and depending on the rest of his hand, he can just maintain this position.
Yeah, and usually when we see Kaguya, early game, they drop everything, they're able to drop anything. They can take advantage of that. But here, he's playing a bit more safer.
Yeah.
Mark playing a bit more conservative. Maybe, he's going to try lane. This Chica able to give power, yeah?
This Chica is able to give 2k power to any character on his board, as long as Mark reveals a character on the top card of his deck.
Yeah.
But it looks like he's using the search ability first, so if Mark does not shuffle a climax on the top card of his deck, that will pump his level 1 Kaguya to 7k, 500 over what Yoshino is currently on. And that will be able to reverse the Yoshino, and with a climax combo, that would also give Mark an additional card in hand.
Yeah. Is there a situation where he does the combo, but then chooses not to search? Maybe.
It depends on what Mark's hand size is, but at this stage of the game, it seems fairly likely that he'll probably get the search. But because Mark is playing a 2k power backup in this deck, he does have the option to leave the marker under Kaguya and then use the counter to protect it on defense and get a search to replace the counter instead.
Okay. And
Mark searches for the climax swap Kaguya here, which most likely means that he has the comeback trigger climax in his hand, which he will want to replace with the standby.
Yeah, and standby out something good now. Develop the board. Again, he's in a kind of a damage lead, right? Well, not like, I guess when you're in front of damage, you have more damage.
It's hard to find the more conveyable wording. But, Mark is on higher damage right now.
Yes, higher damage. Yeah. So that high level as well. I mean, is there a world where he keeps Kisa at level 0?
It's not impossible, but I think given Kaguya's game plan and the way that Mark is playing out his turn right now, it's probably more likely that he wants to just take advantage of the 2 direct attacks he can get here in order to catch up on damage. Because if on similar amounts of damage, Kaguya does do quite well in these sorts of games, and on top of that, Kisa doesn't have quite enough cards to immediately just go into a board state where he can reflect just any attacks that he wants to reflect, unless he gets 2 standbys on offense or something.
Because Kisa's list is running like the traditional list where there's no data bullet cards.
That is right.
So if he is stuck at 0-5, he's just stuck. So I think it'll be interesting to see, but attacking with the direct, so we can see Mark is just going to go for it.
There's also the point that Kisa only plays 3 copies of the 2/2 Talker and no other 2/2s in this deck. So if the game speeds up and Kisa unfortunately is not able to get a level 2 Talker in the waiting room, he may not be able to stand by an optimal card with the standby in his hand during the climax phase.
Is that a bit greedy, would you say? Only 3/2/2?
A lot of the time, it's not as big of an issue, especially with Kisa's list, where he's playing 2 of the level 0 Kotori, which can send cards from the deck to the waiting room when she herself goes to the waiting room. So there is enough ways to mill out the deck where I'd say that 3 is maybe a necessary decision in order to make space for some other cards. And we did just see 1 copy of the 2/2 go to his waiting room. Fortunately, there was the 7th card in his clock and not any further.
So he's safe. He's kind of safe. He's kind of safe.
He does have something to bring out here.
Yes. But we see Mark also built out the 2/2 you in the back. So he's kind of ready. He's kind of like 1 turn ahead, but he's also waiting not to put it up too quickly, or otherwise the Yoshino is going to punish that. Right.
And Mark has just searched a 2k counter, which the card we mentioned earlier, but of course he already expended the marker on Kaguya. He won't be using it in a way that allows him to search. It's probably just a future turn card that will stop Kisa from regaining control of the board again. And just is in his hand as a threat.
And we got I think here's the thing. The difficulty here is now there's 2 Yoshinos, right? 2 Yoshinos. So you got rid of 1, right? Second one, it's going to stay in the back, maybe be a bit annoying, Like you can't. It's not going to allow Mark to be greedy anyway. Normally, right now you see the Yoshino's gone. You go, okay, I can push up the 2/2 next turn and do some things, but with the Yoshino kind of taking advantage of each of these weaker slots, even it can be really annoying. Right?
So one slightly worrying thing here for Kisa is that Yoshino being 3/5 power is within the 2k backup range of Mark's board if he chooses to front attack in the current position.
Yeah, true.
So he may be forced to do a side attack on the level 0 I, but the level 0 I is able to return itself to hand to pump 2k power on offense when a climax is played. So there is a little bit of a toss-up here, depending on what other cards Kisa decides to commit to the board.
But he always has the brainstorms, remember?
The double brainstorm does suggest that he has another standby in his hand. He won't be using the brainstorm effect, but that's not something you need to use every turn. So right here, Kisa will just be trying to establish his board presence.
Wow, yeah. If he does every turn a standby. That's pretty data live, right?
Alright, so he returns one card to his hand to pump 1k to his Yoshino, so that puts it safely out of the counter range of the 2k counter plus eye line.
Okay.
Yep. And the second one is pumped to the level 2 Torka. So yep, after a swap, that will put Torka on 10-5, which is 500 higher than the maximum power that you 2-2 can reach on its own.
So Mark mills with the runner as well, and now Kisa swings in with the Yoshino. Would you swing with the Yoshino here? Why not with the center column?
It's an interesting question.
I guess it's because he has an empty slot, so it doesn't really matter.
But if he did trigger a standby on both the first and second attacks, it may have been a slightly awkward situation. But at the same time, I believe that is the only 2-2 in Kisa's waiting room.
Oh, so. Yes, true. We can't forget he runs a bit lower amounts, I guess.
Yeah.
And then the last attack here is also it should be a 1. 1. It's actually feels like Mark is pretty satisfied. He's like, okay, take one damage. I'm on 1-3.
Yep.
That's a pretty good place to be, you know?
Yeah, that is. And although Mark's version of Kaguya is not playing the Brainstorm to go through his deck faster, because he is in a matchup where not that damage comes through until later stages of the game, I think he can sort of just take his deck compression as it is, and try and get the value out of the climaxes through playing them from hand, cancelling or triggering them, instead of just sending them straight to waiting room for a better deck next time.
I guess here's the weird spot, right? What do you do right now? I technically have a pretty good target with the middle side, so you can put a K there. But then again, Yoshino can swap over.
Yeah, Yoshino being able to swap over is one thing, but that given the amount of stock that Kisa has, 3, paying 1 just to deny a clean cut may not really be what Kisa wants to do. He may want to build stock instead. So depending on what Mark feels like he can do for the following turns, I think he may actually just do that and force Kisa to make a decision.
So Mark actually clocked the climax right there.
Yeah, that is quite interesting. He does have a climax swap in his hand, if I remember correctly, which he might be able to use.
I'm wondering if it's because he doesn't think he's going to refresh at 1-6.
Yeah, that is very likely. But Kaguya is also a deck which sometimes just wants to play that door climax in the early stage of the game in order to push damage because of how much card advantage it gains in the early parts. All right. But Mark does play a climax swap there, which seems like he just has another climax in the hand. Yeah, and so he was clocking it away to get rid of the excess.
Wow, it's a lot of climax then.
Yeah.
Gets the standby again?
But it looks like Mark wants to play this game for card advantage instead of damage, as Mark has planned to play a standby this turn, and on top of that, he's played the anti-level 2 attacker in front of the level 1 Yoshino, so Yoshino will probably have to swap into the level 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, but...
Well, plays over.
Yeah.
Plays IT Kaguya.
IT. Was it terrible with IT?
I think helpless at
IT. Yeah. Right. And yeah, Mark reveals a level 0 eye in his hand to look at top 3 and add a 2-2 U to his hand. So normally it's not a very desirable choice, but he has just sent another 2-2 U to his waiting room, so at this moment it's not really a big issue. And he can use that as discard fodder, either to encore his U or to do one of the damage effect on his level 3s later in the game.
Oh, it's committing a lot of cards. He's played over quite a few cards.
Yeah. It's not necessarily as bad though, because that climax hopper in the back row wasn't really going to be doing anything. Even if Kisa on the swing back reverses Mark's board, that climax swap was most likely not going to be able to do very much.
So I think the 2K is on the Miyuki.
Yeah, so that puts him up to, I believe, 8-5 power on his own, and then 9K with the 500 support from the assist.
Yeah, so it gives it's like a bad situation with Kisa in a way. It's like, what do you want to do? Do you want to swap the Yoshino with the 1-1, but then you lose the 1-1?
Yeah.
You can't. You want to swap it with the 2-2. Well, you shouldn't, because you'll just lose it.
All right. So that was a quick swap from Kisa. He does swap the 2 1-1s around. So that means that Marco will either have to side the level 1 Yoshino in order to keep his U on the board, or front attack into it and just be happy with the new 2/2 that he has in the back row.
Yeah, I think it's interesting as well when you're faced with the anti-level 2 attacker. All right, what do you do? Do you just play more level 2s? You don't really care about it. Just play more level 2s, or do you change your strategy, just more level 1s instead? Or
it does sort of depend, obviously, on the deck and situation. But with Kisa's deck, because all of his 2/2s are vulnerable to being reversed, as in they can't encore themselves, I think committing more 2/2s to the board is pretty risky unless you're guaranteed to be able to get multiple and you're okay with losing one.
Yeah, true, because those ones don't have any sort of kind of how do you say resilience, right? Encore.
So Kisa's level 1 Yoshino was sided, so he can use it to attack into you and out at this turn. So he does have a little bit of breathing room there with the saved card, and the 1/1 was reversed. Doesn't look like Kisa was able to use a counter to protect him, but that card does have encore, so Kisa probably will be able to at least make Mark use 3 cards on the next turn, as I do see 2 characters bigger than the level 1s and 1 character which can fight the 2/2.
Wow. So I think it's pretty interesting. I feel like Kisa's not getting a break, right now. He wants to develop his game plan, move up the 2/2 ASAP, start kind of controlling his deck a bit better, or his cancels at least. But he's not getting that chance, which is pretty smart play right now from Mark.
But because Mark did use all of his stock this turn before attacking, it means that if Mark wants to continue to search answers from his deck, he will have to use more stock and not be able to build that. We just saw that Mark had the second anti-level 2 attacker in his waiting room, plus the first one here. So it means that if Kisa moves his characters up and fights the anti-level 2 attacker, Mark will have to use stock either to search another level 2 attacker from his deck next turn or play an early play. So Kisa can probably just keep attacking here and make Mark use those resources to not let him have that huge lead.
Yeah, and that people normally don't run any more than like two of the anti-level 2 attackers.
Yeah, typically that card is not seen as 3 copies or more in any deck.
It's like a nice card, but it's not like a super required card. Even in the matchup, it's good against. So many people just literally just run 2 of this at max.
It only has 1 job, and it is good at that 1 job, but there are matchups where it's not good, and even in the matchups where it is good, it doesn't really do anything else. So when you hit that point in the game where it doesn't, it's not that important that you answer your opponent's cards, then it's one of the weaker cards in your deck. So
in a way, it's kind of nice as well, because it's one of those cards. A lot of anti early play kind of effects stop when your opponent reach that level. The Miyuki just stays. If it's attacking a level 2, right? He just always gets effect, which is kind of nice.
That is true.
Nice.
It isn't susceptible to your opponent's your interruptions, and even if it does get answered somehow, you've committed 0 stock to something your opponent most probably has to use stock on.
Okay, so Kisa's definitely going to attack the Yoshino in first, because it's like Mark's on 1/4. So even with the trigger, definitely going to be able to bottom deck the U, but we'll see what happens. Using a U though is like, sure, it's bad, but you technically got it out for free, right? In a way, he's opening up a space.
Mark did get it for free, and he's already got a second copy on the board as well. So obviously, while he'd prefer to be able to keep the card on the board, I don't think Mark is too phased by losing that 1 card here.
Yeah, and I think he's gotten quite a few cards for the whole game anyway. So.
Yeah, that is right. And Kisa is front attacking here.
For 1?
For 1, yeah.
And Kisa's also got another 2/2 out. So here's the thing. Kisa's 2/2s, his talkers, are bigger than the U.
That is right, by 500 power. Although with Mark's level support in the back row, U's can hit 11k on both offense and defense. So with a little bit, Kisa will probably need to put a little bit more power on his talkers in order to ensure that they have a good fight against the U's. Alright, so that is a direct for 3. being on the second attack here, Kisa will be able to look at the top 2 cards of his deck and choose which one to trigger and which one to leave on the top.
It's a big cancel though. Canceling the 3.
That is definitely a big cancel.
Ooh, another standby coming out.
So while we don't know the next card down, it does look like Kisa opted to trigger the standby here, and I think it's going to bring out another Yoshino.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
You lost one, just get one back again.
Yeah, and it does make that board I was saying earlier, where if you have one each of the 1/1s, the Yoshino and the Kurumi, and a 2/2 on the board, you can almost always force a bad trade. You can almost always force your opponent to concede a lane through swapping. Yeah, so yeah, Kisa has managed to make that strong board here.
And Mark taking 2 damage. I think he's he's going leveling up.
Yep. So the climax in his clock is going to go to the waiting room.
Oh, perfect. Perfect.
And one more thing with triggering a standby on that last attack is that because the 2/2 Talker requires a full board to reach her maximum power, that puts her now on 11.5, which is 500 higher than what a full board U plus a level support will be.
Oh,
so now it is Mark that has to commit a little bit more power to ensure that line will be reversed. And even if he does do that, Kisa does have the option to
just change the board.
Yeah, swap the board around.
So it's going to be pretty. I feel like this board is nearly unbreakable in a way.
Well,
it's not fully unbreakable. Like you can break certain parts of it.
Yeah, but Kisa does have some level of control over which parts he gets to keep.
Yes. And I mean, if you lose the weakest part, you can put better cards down next turn. Like early play heal, etc. Just to fill out what you need.
Yeah.
And actually, when you look at it, he still has that level 0 talk on the field. It's just kind of chilling there at the back.
Yeah, it is sometimes a thing that you have to do where you play a utility card down, it doesn't really have anywhere to go, so you just use it to brainstorm. But maybe ideally for Kisa, if you can just trigger a standby and play over that card or find an opportunity,
just move it up,
yeah, into maybe a direct attack lane, that would be ideal. But yeah, so far that card is probably just going to be chilling there.
It's waiting for its time to rise up.
Yeah.
Kage coming down, but it just is he going to try and make that previous mind game puzzle field again? It'll be pretty hard, I think. It's gone through quite a few climaxes, right?
Yeah. So that is the twin drive with stock swap. So Mark could pay 3 to send the 4 cards of Kisa's stock to waiting room and put 4 in from the deck, but
it's a bit early for that.
Yeah, it would be quite a bit early to do that.
But I guess what's the optimal way to swap the field here? Do you just swap the Yoshino with the back?
Well, Mark has already hit level 2, so
he's doing the effect.
Yeah. And judging by that, it does look like Mark did sort of forget about the swap.
Yep, it doesn't swap here. Okay.
Although that being said, it doesn't exactly
much, I think,
feed directly into the swap or anything.
Yeah. So same attack position. This is true. Kisa's going to be able to get a top 2 deck.
Yep. Yep. Which generally won't affect the way that he cancels, because the climax is either on the top or the next one down. And Mark is attacking at least twice in the next 2, so the number of cancels he gets will probably not be changed too much. But he does get to have that information and decide like how deep or shallow the damage goes.
Do you attack with the Kage Twin Drive next or the U?
I don't believe that Mark triggered anything here, so he might want to wait until he triggers the last climax in his deck if he has any left. But
because the thing is, right, if you attack with the Kage here, they can check top 2, but then you can get rid of the top 2 in a way.
Yeah.
Unless they cancel on the first attack, so they rearrange it like that.
But if Mark does choose to attack with the U first and the Kage last being a front attack, Kisa will get to look at the top 2 cards of his deck before his draw phase, which means that he gets to choose the better of the 2 cards to add to his hand through the draw.
Yeah, so it's better to attack with the Kage next, right?
Yeah, in terms of Kisa's hand quality, which Mark may be concerned about, it would be better to do so.
Would you continue to twin drive though with the Kage if you're attacking with the first?
That is entirely up to Mark's deck state, and I haven't been following closely enough to be able to work out what both players' deck states look like exactly. It is a bit difficult to see the number of cards in deck as well, just because of way camera work works.
Yeah, it's how camera works.
Yeah.
Okay, so he does the rearrange.
Yeah.
Okay, so interesting. And let's see what Mark does. Which one attacks first? Kaguya, you. Okay, all right. We know.
Looks like it
Got
is
the answer.
Kaguya.
Twin drive or no?
And he is not twin driving. Oh,
Okay.
that was one card left in deck, and he is front attacking for 2 damage here.
Oh yeah, he knows what the bottom card is then because
Yeah, it was sent. Yeah, it was sent to the bottom with the level 1 Yoshino previously, so
Yeah.
he knows that is a card there.
And I mean 2 damage is good enough.
Yeah, two
you want to go more?
damage stick is pretty good. With Kisa already on level 2, I think
Oh,
just
yeah.
the additional damage getting Kisa closer to that range where each point of damage through Kaguya or the early play Miyuki becomes more threatening.
Mm-hmm.
And looks like Kisa is asking for which level 3s are going back into his deck. We see 2 Miyukis and 2 Kaguyas, and I think 3 of the early play heal K. No,
Yeah,
that's 2 of the K and
I think.
1 of the blue Kaguya. But interestingly, Mark does not actually have the experience for condition for the Miyuki, so Kisa can kind of just throw weaker attackers into Miyuki without being scared of taking that one clock kick.
Well, as Mark maybe just given up on Miyuki, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to play it now, right?
Yeah.
There's no rush.
That is right. It is a difficult card. The fact that it stops backups can be very powerful at level 3 as well, because sometimes you just trigger those climaxes and as Data Live you want to use your refresh counter to escape that situation, but your opponent plays a Miyuki and doesn't let you. So it is completely viable to save it for that. But at the moment, Mark I think has all copies of Miyuki still in his deck and not in his hand. So while it may be an option, it's not something that will immediately be a threat.
Okay, so Kisa gets the cancel.
Yep.
And he should be able to get a top 2 check as well. And what happens? He's just keeping. Oh,
Looks
he's
like
keeping.
he's just keeping the order.
So probably empty or just really good.
Yeah.
And this swings in for 3. 3, okay.
And
Oh,
he cancels the second one. All right. So, yeah, he could have moved the climax to the top and drawn the level 0 Kotori, but I guess given his situation and how what his stock looks like, he decided that's not what he wants to do, and he'd rather just have that in the bin for a chance for a better draw.
I mean, Kisa's field is looking pretty good now.
Yeah, Mark can encore the 2-2 and refill his board and attempt to fight again next turn, but for the moment, Kisa did get his turn back with both 2-2s. Probably won't need to use any stock. And again, he has that opportunity to move the level 0 into a direct attack lane to, just make the get the mileage out of it, really.
That's right. Kisa was clock drew as well. I think that turn was quite important. He cancelled twice.
Yeah.
Damage is quite similar now in a way. Before felt like Mark was pretty ahead.
Yeah.
But now Kisa also able to keep his 2-2 around. His talkers. It'll be interesting to see if he has another climax. We saw because we saw 2 disappear just then.
Yeah.
I'm wondering maybe does he have another one? If he does, he's
brainstorming, so it's possible.
It's another one, and I think just one. Just one.
So Kisa has put his 2-2s each on the leftmost and rightmost slots of his front row, which gives me the impression that he wants to protect his cards, but he doesn't have the 2000 support Kotori in the waiting room, which means that the power of the 10-5 power talker is unaffected by position, but the power of Mark's board will be affected due to the level support, which only supports the cards in front of it.
Shouldn't you move the talker in the middle though?
Yeah. By moving the talker in the middle, it makes it slightly easier for Mark to be able to answer multiple lanes.
That's true. I was just thinking if he triggered a Kotori, that'd be pretty nice.
Yeah, but from what I saw earlier, it doesn't look like there is a Kotori in Kisa's waiting room, so yeah, it seems not.
Oh, he went straight to Kurumi.
Yeah. He goes straight to Kurumi, and he's getting ready to do his level 3 combo here.
So attacks there's El Kotori.
That is a different Kotori.
Yeah, not the one we want. Swings for 2. This one is swinging for 2 as well. Yep.
That is for 2, yep.
And Kisa set up his field staying. The only weak part of that field is the middle.
Yeah, and he absolutely does not care about that level 0 being answered. So
but it's more like you got the free fresh counter, right?
Yeah, that is right. So worst case scenario, Kisa can use it to refresh his deck.
It's last attack hitting for 3. 3. 2, 3. Ooh, that 3 sticking. Not nice. Not nice.
Yeah.
So now Mark is kind of in a...
Yeah, it's not in a good position, and he just took a level 3 Kaguya. I think it's 1 copy. Yeah, 1 copy of the level 3 Kaguya is now in his clock, which means going to the waiting room upon leveling up. But I think he's contemplating whether he puts it in level to fulfill the experience condition for Miyuki, but
puts the U instead.
Yeah, so he has experience. The cards in his level zone have total levels 3, which mean that he will not be able to clock kick with Miyuki, but Mark is playing 1 copy of that level 0 Kaguya, which swaps a card in hand and a card in level. So he can fulfill the experience 4 condition a bit later in the game if he so desires.
Yeah, I think it's a bit too early to try and close out the game, right? 2-3, it's a bit of a long shot, right?
Yeah. At least Mark will probably want 2 turns to be able to end this game. If enough damage sticks this turn into Kisa and he hits level 3, then maybe he'll have a shot after that. But
unless Kisa is totally out of climaxes.
Yeah, but even in that case, Kisa will have the refresh counter. And in order to stop that, Mark will have to use the level 3 Miyuki early play, which is a 2-stock commitment which doesn't heal.
But it can deal damage.
Can deal damage, yes.
Can deal a lot of damage.
But having clocked here, it does look likely, actually, that Mark is more committed to ending the game. He has 6 stock, and...
I mean, it's a bit long, you know?
It is a long shot, but Kaguya is a finisher that does a lot of damage. It does, it does 1 from the on-attack burn with combo, and it can reverse for damage, and if you can counter, it can even do damage on the opponent's turn, so... Right. And Mark just added the level 0K to his hand, which is most likely just a cost for something, but... Here we are. Alright, so let's see what Mark is up to. He plays 1 Kaguya here, and then plays a 2nd Kaguya. So it looks like he does want to heal down and survive a turn. He just needed the clock to ensure that he has enough hand going into Kisa's turn, with the option to burn on defense, I would guess. And...
Wow.
Yeah, so...
Is this the reach?
Yeah, well, if Mark does have Climax combo here, he will have 9 damage through normal attacks, plus an additional 4 through Kaguya's burns, doing 13 damage, and that is enough to end the game, in theory. But I think Kisa's plan of putting the 2/2s on the 2 side lanes instead of the middle lane is coming into play here, where Kisa is most likely going to survive this turn, and in that case, it means that the 2 level 3s on Mark's board, at least one of them won't be supported by the level support, so it will be easier for Kisa to attack over one. So yeah, this positioning is definitely something that Kisa has done well, and he knows that that is how you should play this matchup. He certainly does have the experience that he needs to win.
Do you think this is the only out, though? Is this the way? Is there another line we can go, or do we have to go, do we have to go, now, like this?
I think in order to close the gap that there currently is, Mark can't really afford to be too conservative. And because... as I've been saying, the level 3 Kaguya is able to burn on defense if it can win. This does just provide more opportunities to burn.
Okay.
So I think this is just the best case scenario. And Mark needed to heal down anyway, so playing down 2 level 3 heals, it's
good.
It's good. Yeah, it's good.
Healing is good. So I guess the line is you side the middle. Yeah, you side the middle, and then the last 2 let them counter, but you attack with a big Kaguya first and make him have to free counter. Is it?
Yeah. Well, it depends on whether or not Kisa's deck state looks like he actually wants to use the refresh count here. Because if Kisa does use 3 stock, he goes down to just 2, and at best he can protect one of his level 2s. So it's not ideal for Kisa to have to use it, and maybe as Mark, you might actually just want Kisa to use the counter and not be able to present a strong turn on the swing back if the damage does continue to stick.
So salvages. It's not.
It's not great, but Kaguya does also have a level 2 refresh counter in this deck as well. So in the worst case, he might be able to use that to escape the situation. But he gets the early play Miyuki here.
So was that a side? I'm guessing.
Well, there was no counter played, but Kisa did reverse character, so it was a front.
And there was a cancel, so I'm guessing Kisa's not exactly out.
Yeah, I guess not. So that puts Kaguya on 10-5, 12-5. I believe that is 14k, which is out of the counter range of the Toka. And the burn is cancelled, but 3-6. Alright, so that last Toka is 11-5 power, staring down at Kaguya's 12-5 power, I believe, if he uses combo, which is very easily within that counter range. Oh, right, sorry, no. The burn stuck, and then the front attack damage was cancelled.
That's not what you want. You'd rather
you want the 3 to stick, so...
So on attack, there's another one, right?
So another one. So Kisa is guaranteed to be able to go up to level 3 next turn now.
It's 4, is it? 3.
Yeah, 3. And Kisa doesn't counter here. Alright.
Oh. Cancel the front again.
Yeah. It's an awkward position because if Mark burns here and Kisa cancels, he will just be able to clock and heal it off with any healer in his hand. So the extra damage doesn't really end up mattering if Kisa wants to hit level 3 anyway. But at the same time, if Kisa takes the alternate plan and wants to heal down and, take advantage of the fact that he hasn't hit level 3 yet, that also hurts. So looks like Mark is opting to deal the 1 damage here. And it is back to Kisa's turn.
No, Kisa's in such a good position. At 3-0, he's got 1 Kurumi ready. He has 5 stock, right?
Yeah.
He's got 5 stock.
Mm-hmm.
So he can drop two more Kurumis.
Yes, he could drop 2 more Kurumis, and his hand signs look pretty healthy as well. So
yeah,
it is all down to whether or not his hand is ready. But if his hand is ready, he does have enough stock to deal damage.
Do you want to go for burn? What's a burn? Or you can put things back? Or?
It's again sort of depending on the scenario, of the deck state and everything looks like. But burn does just increase the number of times that Mark needs to cancel here. But if I were Kisa, I would even consider playing just 1 Kurumi and then playing the level 3 Kotori in order to pump 1000 power and 1 soul to all of my characters. So then I have at least 4 instances of 3 damage going on my board. And ideally, if I can trigger 1 more on my last attack, I'll be able to do 5 instances of 3. So Mark has to cancel at least 4 times.
Mm-hmm. It's not good, but you gotta go for those plays, right? I mean, if all of them hit, then
if all of them hit,
good times. But
the trimodal effect of the level 3 Kurumi and Kotori definitely mean that there is a lot of versatility in the finisher setup that Kisa has to choose from.
I think yellow Kurumi is not bad because you get rid of it gets big, right? Gets rid of a Kaguya, which would be like permanently.
Yeah, that is true. And on 5 stock, it means that Kisa can play 2 level 3 beaters and then have 1 stock, enough to use the burn effect or the bottom 5 effect of the yellow Kurumi. But in doing so, it would also mean that he has to make 2 attacks first, and by that time, it may not actually be desirable to use the bottom 5 effect anymore. So,
he's taking his time, I guess, to find out what's happening with the.
One difficulty with this remote fight format is that whenever you want to ask your opponent for what cards are in their waiting room, you can't just ask your opponent, "Hey, can I pick up your waiting room and look?" You'll actually have to ask them to fan it out, and usually that's just really difficult to see because people fan it out to face them and not the other way around. So a lot of the time you have to ask exactly what cards are there, and your opponent has a slight gauge of what you're trying to aim for.
Yeah, there's 16 cards in Mark's deck now.
Happens a lot with situationally dependent finisher setups.
It's very, very important for Kurumi.
Yeah.
Because you want to know, what do I want to send back?
Yeah.
Right? How many climax are out? How many climax in your deck? What's the ratios? It's all the maths, right? It's all the maths. So,
all right, so
I guess we're ready for a big Kurumi turn, I guess.
I'd expect so, yeah. Okay, so he's cutting a few cards to the bottom, takes his refresh point, and puts him at 3-2, I believe?
Yeah. 3-2.
3-2, yeah. Which is exactly the amount that he can heal down this turn if he uses...
Yeah, 2 Kurumis.
Yeah, 2 Kurumis.
Regardless which one. Right?
So... Yeah. Kisa is... Yeah, still thinking about what he wants to do here.
Kurumi's being on heels is just so good.
Yeah. Finisher healers are very powerful in the sense that it's almost always right to hold on to them for your endgame. Because, if you need to heal down, you can play it. If you need to end the game, you can still play it. But I think it came
just
up...
having the fact that it's a heal is like...
I think it came up in
modes.
some of the games yesterday where some players were playing cards that do end the game but don't heal, but were in a really tough position where they had to decide whether they wanted to play the grab their heals now or commit to the end game. And fortunately, healer finishers like Kaguya and Kurumi don't force you into those scenarios. So it's definitely a power.
Usually you have to trade between like a very strong end game versus like a heal plus an okay end game, right? But these two decks, they kind of get the best of both worlds,
I feel like the strongest finishers in both of these titles are the ones that heal.
I think we're thinking like an old finisher that heals like Yukina. Okay, so we see the three Kurumis out now.
Yeah. So hits the brainstorm for the third Kurumi.
And I think we're ready, guys.
A bit of synergy going on with the brainstorm and Kurumi in that it can bounce itself to return the hand and be half the cost of a burn 3. So,
oh yes, true. It's a nice touch, right? A nice touch. Let's do the shuffle again. This is basically the destiny. You gotta cut correctly. I hope that the next few attacks aren't. How many cards are actually in Kisa's hand, to be honest?
It is a little bit out of camera and hard to tell, but
it doesn't seem to be that many. I think you can do like 1 burn 3.
Maybe, but 1 burn 3 can still be lethal. So
yes.
Given that Mark is on one card in clock with a refresh point, Kisa does only need to do 5 points of damage. So if the burn 3 sticks, 3 instances of 2 damage is also going to be enough to end the game.
So you can actually flicker something, right?
Yeah, interestingly, Kisa does choose to play the Shido here first. Looks like he wants to play around the burn effect of the Kageyas by resetting their 2k power from the climax combo.
Does it hit over there?
Yeah, Kaguya is only actually 9.5 power with the climax combo without the climax combo. So the one that was just reset goes down to 11,000, which is lower than the amount that Kurumi is after bouncing a brainstorm and giving 1,000 power. Yes.
Here comes the Kurumi.
So here's the last Kurumi.
And will we see the? Is he got a Kotori in the waiting room?
Don't think. Wow, that is actually quite a lot more cards than I thought there were.
Yeah.
There is no level 3 Kotori in the waiting room, so it looks like Kisa will have to concede 1 lane, but that doesn't matter if you win the game.
That's right.
Turn, so
that's right. Power doesn't matter about winning.
Yeah, with that many cards in his hand, I suppose Kisa decided that it was worth losing the 1 Cheeto just to be able to burn a little bit more.
It's playing over for another brainstorm.
Yeah. Well, that card's going to return to his hand anyway, so he doesn't actually lose cards in hand after he plays the climax.
Yeah, it just gets power. It gets power. So standby comes down.
Yep.
The brainstorm goes back.
Yeah.
Put a 1k there. It goes back again. 1k. So did you see his hand? You said it was bigger than expected, right?
Yeah. So he's just going to put a card down. We'll see his hand in a moment, but by playing 2 Brainstorms, he's pumped his 2 Kurumis to 11,500 each, which beats the level 3 facing supported by the level assist. And it also is matching the other Kaguya, so Mark will have to back up his characters in order to be able to protect them.
Okay, so we see the Kurumis go into action now, and then boom, 2 cards getting discarded for a burn 3.
Yep, it looks like it.
And
There's a bit of delay going on, but there are 2 cards that Keith just discarded, and
I think is he choosing or?
all right, so that is a burn 3 and 3 sticks. So Mark
Ooh,
in
just
quite the
takes it.
pickle, as now any of the 2 soul damage is sticking.
This is for 3 as well. This is lethal. The cancels.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That was a bit of a shallow cancel, so
All right, this one going in. This one is slightly overpower.
So with this new angle, now I can see that Mark's deck is actually not as thin as I thought it was a bit earlier. So
Another shallow cancel.
all right.
Okay.
And this is only for 2, so Mark can actually take this attack and not lose the game on the spot. I think there's power check going on. Yeah, so that last attack is going to be matched. So actually, it might have been better if Kisa attacked with that one first in case he triggers the last standby.
Oh, okay.
But
Does the counter here now?
count here, but he is not able to pay an additional 2 slots to reset his deck. So he will just be hoping that the climaxes are
Cancels
arranged
a
pretty well
2.
here.
Oh no! It's
Yeah.
he probably wanted to. Well, there's no more 3. I don't think does Keys have enough hand to do another 3 burn.
He has at least 1.
Oh, and he cancels the 1.
Cancels 1, and he's moving his hand around.
Okay,
so
so
it does look like he can burn 2.
Okay.
I've never seen anyone do that with 1 card in hand. So
Well, you can.
you can.
I'm
It
sure
just
you
looks a bit
have.
silly.
But this is going for the whole hand. Burn 3.
That is.
Ooh.
Oh,
Okay, he needs a trigger. He needs a trigger.
that is
Oh,
a trigger.
he gets a trigger.
and
1, 2.
Oh, and that's game.
Wow.
Close match.
That was there 2 in the deck still?
Wow.
Oh wow.
All right. So close game, but that is a win for Kisa, who will be
And
moving to the
finals. Yes. Wow, that was.
It was a close game.
I know. Those last few attacks, it just came down. Those last few.
Yeah, Mark
triggers,
had a good chance of surviving there, but Kisa, just knew that he could go for game and did so. And
I think both players kind of knew when they had to kind of push. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Normally, you see someone on 2-3 or that low that low kind of damage. You go, okay, am I going to put my finisher down? Well, I can, right?
Yeah.
I can start doing it now, and then at least the damage will be closer, and I can kind of plan how my game goes. When it's going to end.
Yeah.
Am I trying to end it next turn? So I have to do this turn, or do I have a next turn after that?
Yeah.
And then on Keys' side, he goes, okay, I think I have a pretty good shot right here. Right, I actually have 3 shots that are pretty good. So let's kind of go for it here. Then I don't have to worry about the next game because I know what he did last turn to bring me closer to that situation. So let's just kind of let's end it, right? No, no more games, right? No more games.
Yeah, it was also a great timing because he knew that Mark couldn't use a refresh counter if he really wanted to just cancel the challenge. So while he was susceptible to some defensive burns, he was probably quite committed to ending the game right there. So paid off and all was good. Definitely a game befitting of our semifinals.
That's right. For our first Kaguya versus Data Live match in AO, that was a really good match, and surprisingly, Data Live won.
Yeah.
Or is it unsurprisingly? Unsurprisingly.
Well, I did start the game saying that I thought it was a bit more favored towards Kaguya, so I guess we could call it a surprise. But they're both formidable decks.
I mean, they're both very good players too. Kisa went all the way to top 4 last time in AO.
Yeah, and improved his record this time by going to the finals. So.
Yes, and Mark also. Well, it's not the end for Mark. He still has EU that he can play too.
Yeah, and he still has a chance as a prize card if he wins a 3rd place decider. So.
That's true, and he is actually playing also a Data Live instead for EU. So lots of storylines there too. So be sure to check that one out later. But we still have a finals that is happening soon.
Yeah.
But I think. That's pretty nice. That is all the Kaguyas out, though. There's actually all the
Kaguyas out. So the finals will be Kisa's Data Live facing either Data Live from, I believe, Vince,
Yes.
or Shirk's legendary Gilbuster Fate deck.
Gilbuster. Oh, it's tough to say who do you want to win. I guess
It's difficult. I've been hooked with the Gilbuster with
I know,
previous games,
but it's Vince.
Vince is a
it's
friend
Vince,
of mine.
your pal
So,
Vince. No,
yeah.
let's see who actually won. We got the bracket ready.
yeah,
Let's go see who won. All right.
All right, so the finals will be between
Oh,
Vince and
Kisa, and unfortunately Gilbuster knocked out in top 4 and will
knocked
be
out in top
facing
4, but-
Akalia. So
all right.
interesting. All right.
So AO, the region where we all love Data Live, is going to be decided with a Data Live mirror.
Yes, and pretty much a Australian mirror match. So
We should mention that Kisa does also have Peruvian citizenship, I believe.
yeah, I think he's honorary
Yeah.
Australian, but
He's also representing his home country, Peru.
so yeah, we will be back very soon. We'll let the players get ready, and we're back with the final game of BRO 2021. Right.
Weiss Schwarz!
Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars! Coming soon! Bushiroad!
COVID-19 has definitely made things difficult for everyone. But that doesn't mean that our lives and hobbies have to come to a standstill. If we can work remotely, surely we can play remotely as well. That's the reason why you're introducing Bushiroad Remote Fight. By making use of Discord and online gaming messenger, now you can find opponents to play your favorite card games in this trying time. In fact, with Remote Fight, you will be able to play against not just the players in your region or user card game shops, but also the players from different regions. So, here are the things you need in order to remote fight. A computer with microphone and an external webcam. If not, a phone or tablet. A stand to hold the webcam or phone. Stable internet connection. A Discord account. Earphones are optional but recommended. And of course, your cards. If you're using a computer, attach your webcam to the stand in a reversed manner. This way, your opponents will see your field as though they are sitting across you. If you don't have a stand like this, feel free to improvise. For those using your phone to remote fight, attach your phone to the stand at an angle so that it captures your field and allows you to see the screen at the same time. If you found a creative way to hold the phone, do share with us in the comments. If you're using a phone or tablet, lock the orientation so that the video can be reversed. Whichever setup you use, please make sure your opponents can see your field and cards clearly. If you don't already have Discord, you can download it at discordapp.com. Make sure your video and audio capturing devices are working properly under the voice and video settings. After that, join the Bushiroad Remote Fight channel with this link. Once you're in, you will see this message. React to the message by clicking on the game that you wish to play. This gives you access to the respective game channels. Then, go to the respective channel of the game you wish to play. To request for an opponent from the channel bot, type @fight once. Sending another @fight will cancel your request. When an opponent is found, the bot will inform you. Now you can video call and contact each other to proceed with the fight. Please be reminded that you may encounter new players, so let's all be kind and patient to everyone. We hope you have fun and stay safe. But that does not mean that our lives and hobbies have to become
Welcome back, everyone, and we are at the finals. Yes, the finals of
Long last.
at long last. Yes, we have two great players here, and you probably do know them, right?
Yeah.
You probably do know them. They're
Both
quite
well-known.
famous, I
Yeah.
guess now. in
Also,
the-
both returning players from Springfest Best 8.
yeah, that's true. That's true. With a vengeance.
Mhm.
They
Yeah.
want that win this time, right?
Uh-huh.
Let's look at the brackets. Let's look at the brackets and see what has transpired. And here are the finals. You have Kismet versus Vince.
Mhm.
All right. And that is the Vince. That is the Kisa.
Yeah.
All right. You know them. They're here at the finals, waiting to see who it comes first. They were able to defeat Mark and Shirk are in the
Yeah.
third and fourth playoff.
Mhm.
Seeing who will take that third place. And then the rest of the top eight. Congrats for making it, right? Congrats for making it. So let's look at. We can take a quick look at the deck, right? The decks, and you can see Kisa. This is what we saw before.
Yep.
The set one-ish Data Live build, right? It's kind of featuring a few of the older cards.
Yeah.
But then we've got Vince's deck. Let's kind of look at that. And this one is kind of the more modern
Yeah.
Data Live build.
Quite a few changes since the last set, with 3 cards from the new set being the Climax Swap, the Ricky, and 2 of the Ricky, sorry.
Mhm.
And he's also changed some of the 2/2s to the red 2/2, so it's a bit more resilient to cards being reversed.
Yes.
But yeah, otherwise quite a mirror match. Ultimately the fundamental play of the deck isn't really that different. It's just they have slightly different options in how they want to play their game.
And I mean, this is the pretty much what we were expecting. A Data Live mirror at some point, but this is the first one.
The first and final
Data Live match, a mirror match. So yeah, it should be good to see. We've seen both players well versed in the online remote fight space. I have to say. I mean, Vince. I think we've heard him do quite a lot of gaming, especially in the Europe region. Right?
Yes, Vince has definitely garnered quite a bit of attention for himself in the past approximately 2 years.
Yes.
So yeah, and Kisa too, just being a continuous top 8 player in all these events.
An all-around good guy. I think he's in a lot of different fandoms as well.
Yeah.
You always see him, and he's like, oh, that's Kisa. What a cool dude. So both of them, very, very nice players. But right now, they're baring their fangs at each other.
Yeah.
See who gets first place. So let's go to the match and see who becomes the champion.
Yeah. Oh, they're both using Konosuba mats.
Same deck, same mats. All right. Let's go.
Alright, so Vince has discarded 4 cards. I think that's a 2/2, the level 1 counter.
That's Kisa.
Sorry, that's Kisa.
Kisa's got 4 cards.
So Vince has discarded 3 cards. That is the 1/1 Yoshino, the level 0 shooter, and an early play heal.
Give me the Yoshino in there. It's quite good. Right? Good times. But Vince going first. Okay. So
alright.
Let's see what he does.
Alright, so Clock's a red card here, so he is ready to play a standby from his hand.
Standby already.
Yep. Ooh. And good opening. He plays a level 0 tour card, discards a character to draw one, and reveals a tour card of deck. That's the anti-change counter, so already he's kind of got a threat. If he starts winning board, it will start snowballing, so Kisa will not be able to start just committing
double brainstorm
play standby. This is the exact kind of first turn you want going into your final game.
That's what we saw last time, right?
Yeah.
Kisa.
Triggers this 2K counter here. I think there's a 1-up.
Where did he put the powers though?
I think there's a die on the Talker, so it looks like he
okay.
to talk on 3/5 and has no intention of swapping this turn.
Yeah, I thought it was the sword. Wow, that's a great start for Data Live. I noticed he discarded to draw first before doing the...
Yeah, so you can choose to do the reveal first or the discard first with Talker.
Is there a preference?
Well, at least from what I know with Vince and some of the other Sydney folks, the preference is generally to discard first, being that even in the less desirable order of cards, by doing that, you can go a bit deeper in your deck. It's a bit long if I explain it, but you can probably try it at home.
Try it at home. Reveal first or discard first, guys?
Yeah. But going into the game, Vince has just cancelled twice. A bit unlikely because when your opponent attacks you twice like that without a standby, you do want to hit level 1 first, punish your opponent for playing cards down, and then just keep growing that gap in the card advantage. But unfortunately, he got 2 cancels, and he does have a 1/0 Talker in the waiting room, so you can standby it out. And
we're just moving everything up.
It's just moving everything up. Yeah.
I mean, what do you do in this situation? Okay, I'm now behind. Well, I have lower damage, I guess. So I'm not hitting level 1 first. Do I just rush now, or?
Well, it is a bit risky to just fully commit your board to attacking your opponent's stuff, because once Kisa levels up, he will be able to play a 2/2 on the board before Vince can, and it is more difficult to play this matchup from the lower level. The ideal scenario is that you on the higher level, almost every point in the game, cancel up at the end and then just win.
Just win,
But obviously, you can't always just wish for that. So the early play, the skirmish is just trying to make sure that you're ready to level up before your opponent. And even if you aren't leveling up before your opponent, your board is ready enough to respond to what they have.
It's like the standby mirror dance.
It is.
Okay.
So right here, it looks like Vince is searching the level 0 Shido, which can choose an opponent's character and send it to memory and let them put it back to any slot on play. Just like Kisa did on the previous turn, it allows players to reset the power pumps given by the level 0 and level 1 talkers on defense. So it allows players to be able to combat the opponent's board better. And the number of times you play shooter per game can vary greatly, but in the mirror, the number of times you play can actually affect whether or not you win the game or not. So looks like Vince is prepared to step over Kisa's board once Kisa does hit level 1.
I mean, generally, it's quite like Day Live is a bit favored on defense, right? Especially in the mirror,
Yeah, in the mirror, it's easier to have power on defense than it is to have on offense. So Vince uses the 2 brainstorms to assign power to his character. This way he can front attack over without losing his own, and has the option to swap his Yoshino to run away and use it at a better timing, while also being able to assign 1/5. So Kisa will have to play costed characters in order to fight the cards on Vince's board.
I think the scary thing is it doesn't look like Vince has any 1/1 Kurumis in the waiting room.
Yeah, he has no 1/1 Kurumis nor 1/1 Yoshinos aside from the one that's already standbyed out. So
yeah, if he triggers any standbys here, he actually passed.
But he passed, so I guess he won't be triggering any
Oh,
standbys.
is Kisa on 0-5?
Kisa is on 0-5, and because he does not play any of the new cards, he cannot hit level 1 yet. So
Oh, that is kind of smart.
That is smart, and yeah, this is really taking advantage of the open deck list format, where if Vince didn't know that Kisa was whether Kisa was playing the Riki or not, it would be a very risky move because Kisa just got to keep his card. It pumps 1k on attack.
Yes.
And he might just hit level 1, make use of that stock that it gained.
But here's the thing, you can see there's a lot of climax out for Vince as well. So this is legitimately just slowing down the game, right?
He's slowed down the game in his favor really well here, and Kisa also unfortunately has to stamp out at level 0.
Oh, because he clocked the climax as well. It feels like he's climax flooded in a way.
It looks like it. Kisa made a direct attack here, which actually, well, Vince having cancelled the last 2 attacks, he's probably still going to have to level up later. But it means that the level 0 on Vince's board came back, and that means that Vince is now ready to kind of just go all in.
Vince didn't clock just then.
Yeah, his board surviving probably means that he didn't want to clock, but I think he actually did have the option to clock here, just so he has more options on future turns, and he can make 3 attacks here. And
it digs into the deck a bit as well, right? So
interesting that Vince chooses to target the level 0 Kotori, because Kisa did have an open space in the back row, so he can keep that card again.
I feel like the idea is if he moves into the back, right? Now you have 3 open lines, and judging from Kisa's play just then, where he puts down a climax, he clocked the climax, right?
Yeah.
Vince might be going, his hand might be full of climax. I can get some juicy damage right here.
All right, and Vince this time is able to stand by a 1/1, which I'm most sure that he's going to do. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And Kisa does have 3 stock, but he will most likely struggle to reverse all 3 lanes due to 2 1/1s, 1 each of the Yoshino and the Kurumi being on the stage.
Yep. And he's leveling up now. Kisa's going to 1.
Yep.
If Kisa takes all of this, that's pretty good, right? So far ahead, this is 3 as well. If you skip level 1, it's so bad. You can start putting down level 3s, but wow, that feels like a level 1 skip, kind of.
Yeah, that is probably a level 1 skip.
I mean, if Kisa clocks another climax here, he doesn't even clock.
He doesn't clock. Oh, okay. So he is going to take advantage of the fact that the level 0 Kotori hasn't been answered for 2 turns, but this is very interesting.
Doing the brainstorm.
Doing the brainstorm, yeah.
2, 3, 4. It's just blank.
Oh, misses.
Is it actual blank city? Is it all in his hand?
If it is all in his hand, Kisa does have the option to not brainstorm and just spend more times on the current deck, so he can return the climaxes in his hand to his deck while still playing them. But
you'll just be taking damage if there's no climax in your deck anymore. Right?
Yeah, but if you do have your front row alive going into your opponent's turn, and they're playing 8 standby dead alive like Vince is right here, you actually don't take too much damage, and it's manageable. You don't mind spending 1 extra turn on the current deck just so you can put that extra climax back in these scenarios. But looks like Kisa only has 3 hands, so honestly I'm a bit surprised that he didn't clock there.
That's dangerous. That's dangerous.
One thing that does happen with Data Live is sometimes when you go straight to level 2, you can just standby out your level 3 Kurumis early. and then just jam the combo earlier and make the game difficult. And if they struggle to answer your Kurumis while you have the level 1 Talker on the board, sometimes you can just snowball from there.
Wow.
So yeah, as I said earlier, being on a higher level isn't a bad thing just on its own in this matchup. So
you just have to not be afraid.
Yeah, you have to not be afraid, and you have to know your outs. But I'm sure both Kisa and Vince do know their outs. That's how they made it to the finals, I'm guessing.
Yes.
So
Kisa putting down the power. Puts on the Kotori.
Puts it on the Kotori, yep.
Now gets the 2-2 again.
It's a 2-2 on the board, yep. So far, it looks like the two Shidos are matched in power. The Kotori is 1,000 higher, and the level 1 is significantly higher, but...
Oh, Vince does the swap.
Vince does a swap.
Okay. I think now it's bigger than the Shido, so he's probably winning two lane? 1 lane still, right?
1 lane still, yes, but that Yoshino is either reducing the damage that Vince takes by 1, which at this point with the damage advantage is kind of desirable, or he gets to control the card of his deck.
To cancels. Oof.
But actually, at this point, with how many standbys Vince has been playing at level 0, I'm kind of curious if he still has any left. So,
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Vince just wins at level 1. We've been talking about how good it is to stay ahead of damage than your opponent in this mirror and then randomly win. But I feel like Vince is just gonna not stay ahead and just randomly win somehow. He's pretty far ahead.
But yeah, Kisa not being able to trigger a standby on this turn to put a 2-2 somewhere is potentially going to hurt. Probably he could have even actually put it in the front row, because if that Yoshino front attacks into a 2-2 and the damage does stick, Kisa will no longer be on level 1, and therefore the 2-2s won't be able to be sent to the bottom of the deck. So yeah, if Kisa had triggered a standby there, I think he would have been able to cement his position a bit better, just like in the last game we saw on stream. But seeing as that didn't happen, Vince is still quite a bit in the advantage.
Yeah, so Vince goes up to level 1 now, finally.
Yep.
It's been a while.
It has indeed.
But what we played out, technically Kisa's field is not that big, right?
No,
it's got a talk on the back.
He does have a talk in the back, but because there's no Yoshino Soccer, the power lines are somewhat easy to gauge. Problem is that Vince firstly may not have a standby to play this turn. And secondly, that even if he does, Kisa may have one of the 2 copies of the anti-change level 1 Yoshino counter in his hand, which when used in a position where you can protect your board can be quite threatening, as it depletes Vince from the ability to continue pushing higher amounts of damage. So,
but doesn't it require some discards?
Yeah, it does require some discards, and I'm sorry. Actually, it does. Not only does it require discards, but it sends the card. It sends the card to Vince's clock, but Vince has 0 cards in clock, so he won't actually be able to do that.
Secretly playing around the.
Yes.
All according to Keikaku, right?
Yeah, according to Keikaku.
That's right.
I'm sure Vince has that very evil grin on his face right now outside of the camera. Sometimes when you're hungry for victory, you just have to do these things.
I can already imagine all the Vince memes in chat.
Yeah, Vince memes in chat. A lot of local copy passes going on. But, interestingly, Vince does have a standby, but brings out a 1-0 instead. Actually, I don't remember seeing any 2-2s go to the waiting room, so he might not have any great cards, but
they could be still in the deck. But I think Vince is going into a very nice situation where he'll have 1 card in the deck, right?
That is true. And if he pumps all the power to the 1-1 in the middle, it actually goes higher than the 2-2. And then if it can be matched, he can just swap the 2 1-1s around. So at least he gets to keep one of his characters.
Dealing that 1 damage to Kisa, able to push him to level 2 before the refresh. And was that a side? Looks like it was a side. In the last attack, because he triggered a assault.
Yep.
And then only 1 damage.
It seems so.
Would you side there? Just adding more moving capabilities for Yoshino instead it?
Yeah, that's one thing. And also, if you choose to front attack on that last one, Kisa gets to look at the top card of his deck before he draws.
Yes.
Yeah, and I guess Vince here values the ability for Yoshino to move and to not give Kisa that.
Because Kisa's on low hand, right?
Yeah, so right now he'd definitely be valuing that card quality. So yeah, Kisa doesn't really want to play the long game, I would say, being on low hand.
And the tapes coming down to indicate the power.
Tape rings. I'm kind of curious why Vince owns so many tape rings, but we may find out later.
Yes, it's definitely very interesting. Puts it on the 1-1, as you said, right?
Yeah.
Getting big. Where would the other one go, though? What do you think? Yoshino, maybe?
Yeah. This is definitely a matchup dependent thing, and one of the more difficult parts of playing Day Alive is knowing what your opponent's lines are and assigning power for your opponent's turn accordingly.
So this makes the 1-1 like 10-5, right?
Yeah, it's 10-5. So right now that is the same amount of power that the 2-2 Talker will reach on a full board without any other supports on it. So it may actually be forcing a trade.
Yeah. And I mean, Vince does have the Yoshino swap available too.
Yeah, so worst case scenario, he can swap the two around and force a side or jump attack on the level 1 Kurumi, while the Yoshino just sacrifices herself to protect the stronger card on the board.
Yeah, Kisa once again did not clock.
Did not clock.
I think, but he hit one.
Yeah. Given that Kisa was short on hand, and it's a matchup where you don't take too much damage on your opponent's turn as long as your front row is filled up. I'm curious as to why he wants to, stay on the low hand and value his remaining life a bit more.
I mean, unless his deck was just so many climaxes, like how can I miss?
Yeah. That and if you do have more climaxes in your deck, not only can you have a higher expectancy of hitting a brainstorm, but you also risk drawing a double climax. And you don't want to draw into 2 climaxes when you have a thinner deck because it's really hard to get rid of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so Kisa just searched the level 0 Shido, which means that he can reset the power pump on the 1-1. The 1-1 Kurumi here.
Okay, we see that. Yeah, we see that coming to play again.
Yeah, which is actually pretty big because removing 3k power means that the 1-1 is the same power as Kisa's own 1-1. That does happen.
Here we go. Here comes the Shido.
Vince most likely won't move it to a different position and just moves
to clock.
No, I think he's just that's probably the memory zone for the moment, and he's just contemplating whether or not it's worth replacing something else for just to not have to discard a card.
There's no point, right? Because now you still have more options in a way. Yeah.
Well, he could choose to replace one of the 1-0s in the back row if he thinks that he won't be able to protect this board anyway. That card is only as good as long as you can win on defense, but now that Kisa is on a significantly higher level.
But here you have like you have a double scry, I guess. You minus damage if you lose the back. It's like it's an empty slot, right? Mm-hmm. Feels like not worth it. You can even encore it if you really want to.
Yeah. So I think right here he just decided that it's better to keep it in the front row. So all right, that is a
standby coming out.
And
what does he get? Does he get a Kurumi, you think?
It's hard to say. I think he just grazed past 2.
He's on the Talker.
So my guess is that Kisa is playing around the aforementioned level 1 counter as well, because level 2s can't be interacted with when you're at level 2.
Also, like, his 2s are bigger than Vince's 2s. So
yeah, that is right.
You can kind of get it out and just play slightly defensive, I guess. Hope for the best. And then, Vince going for a swap.
Alright, so that level 1 Yoshino is again surviving a turn as Shido is not big enough to combat it. And, I think Vince is quite happy with losing the level 0 Talker as it's already used all of its effects and doesn't have that much power anyway. So, yeah. Here we are. So Kisa chooses to jump attack first.
Oh, this is two checks, right?
Yeah, so that'll be a double check, which means that Vince has a significantly higher chance of cancelling the next coming attack or attacks.
Yeah, but I guess you can swing with the Kurumi first then, just for the 1 soul.
Yeah, but I'm guessing that if Kisa does have a standby in his deck, he will want to replace the level 0.
Counting level 2 and highs, I think.
Yeah, so one way to ask your opponent what cards are going back without being too specific is sometimes just ask all cards of a specific level, and your opponent has a maybe loose idea of what your worried about, but they
I think
won't.
it's all about like parsing information, learning how to
Yeah.
parse information the quickest way. Because if you're like saying, "Can you just show me your entire deck that's going back?" It's gonna be a
Yeah.
bit hard.
Yeah. Most of the time, you won't be too concerned about how many 1/1s are going back, for example. So, you know, you don't have to ask that. You can just say, well, level 3s are going back. And typically, the higher the level of a card is, the more impact it'll have in the later stage of the game. So,
Yeah.
if unsure, just ask your opponent what climaxes and what level 3s are going back, and then just additionally anything else that you're slightly worried about. And
Yeah.
usually be pretty quick about it.
And Vince, I think Vince got 1 damage, right?
Yeah. So we're just making sure that it's 1 damage. Yep.
It goes to refresh.
Takes the refresh point, and
To
that was a
1,
chump
2.
attack, so he can put up to 2 cards to the bottom of the deck after looking, but puts the first one on the top,
Ooh,
so
cool.
obviously the second one is also staying on the top.
But it looks like Torkar swinging now.
Yeah.
Do you think it's mind game or just don't mind keeping Vince at 1-2?
That is a cancel, so Kisa gets to look at the top 2 cards of his deck, choose which one to trigger, choose which one to keep on top.
Ah, okay, yeah. So he's valuing that checking first.
And he chooses to trigger the standby here.
That's not bad,
That
right?
is not bad, as he gets to replace his board.
And he gets that Yoshino when talking about this field, right?
So yeah, it looks like Kisa is planning to play for the board for a bit longer and not to end the game.
But I think Vince is way past playing for the board. I feel like he's
Yeah, Vince probably doesn't need to worry about that much anymore. So instead, he is most likely just going to be attacking in a way which makes Kisa expend resources, while still getting that bit of damage in and not walking too much into any of those top checks.
I think right now Kisa though can stabilize because his board is probably not going to change much. He's got a decent amount of stock, so that Yoshino can play around and swap things around and then maintain board. Like we talked about, Kisa had low hands, but now his hand, if he's winning this board for a couple of turns, his hand is going to go up again without needing to even clock or do anything. So I think he's starting to stabilize.
He is.
Even though he's still at kind of a damage deficit going into Vince's turn, but we'll see what Vince does. He clocks again, draws 2. I think he kind of realizes that okay, I still have a lot of like life to work with. So I'm gonna go. I can clock. All I need is resources. What I'm gonna be doing is just pushing damage more so than trying to win board or anything like. Because it's past the time of winning board. That was a strategy 20 turns ago.
I don't think this game's been going that long, but yeah, we get the idea.
Yeah, it's a data library. It could have been. I mean, you have to get your food ready and get your winter clothing ready. Actually, the hemispheres are reversed, so you got, the viewers might be the sum of it.
But here we are. Yeah, so I think Vince found that this is probably the timing to get rid of at least one of the 2 uniform talkers in the back row, as he's not going to be winning on defense against Kisa too much from here on. So
if you're not winning board, the uniform talkers don't.
Yeah, it doesn't really do
much.
anything. It's basically a 1/5 vanilla at that point. So may as well get it out of the way. Make some room for the brainstorm so they can bounce after you play climax.
Actually, he hard played a Kurumi though.
Yeah, so his attack is might not be too great with what he currently has in hand, but at least this way he does pay out the stock. It's also entirely possible that he did have a level 0, but he wanted to use it for another turn where the utility is more powerful because he can't win the board anyway.
True. Yes. So I mean, it's kind of a slight weakness of the deck. If you want to chump, right?
Yeah.
You sometimes have to play one, but you already got so much value from all the standbys. It's hardly that much of a big deal.
If Vince really wanted to value his stock, he did have the option of just attacking with the level 1 Yoshino and moving it to the front. But I'm guessing that he wants to keep that level 1 Yoshino on the board. So if Kisa does stay at level 2 and chooses to stand by a level 3 Kurumi out on the board in order to be prepared for his level 3 combo, Vince does have a way of outing it.
Yeah. It's hitting for 2 damage, and they're also asking for info.
So yeah, it looks like checking for level 3s and counters, which is quite typical in this matchup. Those are the things that you want to watch out for the most.
Especially the Kurumis. How many Kurumis going back?
I saw at least 2, so I think it was just 2.
Yeah. 1 damage right now, but a second should come. It really depends if it's a cancel or not. If it's not a cancel, you kind of want to cancel here. Probably one of the bigger attacks, 2 soul.
Yeah, ideally. Well, currently Vince's attacks aren't doing too much damage. They're just hitting 1/1/1, but At least the first one is for 2. And with any further triggers, they might upgrade for 2. And the difference between 1 and 2 can be pretty big. Especially given the top check from the uniform talker. So,
because this is basically the first. This is basically probably the only unchanged, attack that Vince will get. The next 2 will have manipulation via the tokers.
Yes, unless Vince decides to side attack somewhere or just not attack at all, that seems pretty unlikely. But yeah, the first one. Yeah, the first attack triggering a soul trigger was definitely big because this is the first and only opportunity that
I think
Vince will get to do without any top check manipulation. And I think we just saw a flash of a climax.
Yes.
Of this.
So this, I think it was the second one.
I think it was the second one, but then
maybe
maybe
put it straight back.
Okay, so
would you not scry and then check top 2?
I think you typically look at the top card with the 1-0 first and then check top 2.
Oh, this damn is pretty good. It's not bad.
It's not bad. So yeah, I think this is where he chose the side attack on these ones. So all right. So interesting play by Vince here. So by side attacking here, and he knows that Kisa left 1 card on the top of his deck. If he triggered a soul on the last one, like he just did there, it makes Kisa either take the one down, either cancel 1 and not get to use the climax, or he can decide and force Kisa to draw a climax. And if Kisa draws the non-combo climax, which we saw, which means Vince potentially also saw it. Just remote fight things. But Kisa doesn't really want to draw that climax here.
But I think it took it. So is it cancel?
Yeah, that was a cancel as Vince triggered on the last one.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have been a particularly good draw as Vince isn't really contesting Kisa's board anymore.
But he's also getting the 2-2 now.
Yeah, so this is where the red 2-2 shines a bit more than the blue 2-2, is where when you're behind on board and you stand by it offensively, you can hand encore it as a 2-soul attacker on your next turn and potentially contest the board. If you stand by at the blue talker when you're behind in this kind of scenario, inversely, you won't be able to encore it unless you pay 3, and that's kind of just a waste of stock. So yeah, I think this is really going to help Vince's plan, and by side attacking, he is able to pump his 2-2 and 1-1 to a line which is awkward for Kisa to deal with.
And here, they both have Yoshino's in play, so if Kisa wants to Yoshino the Kurumi, he's more likely Yoshinoing a Yoshino.
Yeah.
At that point, and they'll be at the same power.
Mm-hmm. They will be at the same power unless Kisa wants to do anything to pump.
Kisa finally doing a clock draw though.
Yes, Kisa did clock draw here, so I think he's probably getting ready to go into level 3 and do some Kurumi actions. But
is that 2-5?
It's 2-5, yeah.
He's swapping the tool cards around.
So for the moment, the 2/2/2s are big enough to fight the level 1s, and yeah, the Yoshino is threatening to out the level 2 Kurumi here.
But I guess they're just going to trade Yoshinos at this point.
Yeah. And yeah. It's really cool to see that both of them are using the 2-2 that they played 3 copies of to their advantage. Kisa is really getting a lot of information from that 2-2 as he's ahead. But Vince being able to stand by a 2-2 with Encore here, so it's resilient to getting reversed, is also quite a bit of advantage that he's gotten from the deck build. So
I think both it's just very high level of play from both sides. Even though Kisa's technically on higher damage by pretty much a level at this point, but they're still playing it so carefully. This game is taking a long time in terms of everyone needs to be very, very careful in their attacks. It's pretty indicative of like the standby mirror, especially when they're the exact same deck.
Yeah. Right. So Kisa attacks with the 2-2 here first. So this is actually a very strong move here because firstly, if he triggers a standby on the first attack, he can just replace the level 1 in the back row. And by doing this, he can keep pushing a standby to the further down in the deck, so he doesn't have to trigger it, and he doesn't have to worry about it being sent to stock or anything because Vince has yet to hit level 2 and standby out a Kurumi.
Yeah, this is like the I guess you can call it piano tokens, right? where you just keep on attacking with them, moving the card you don't want bot to the bottom.
Yeah. All right, and Vince.
Vince cancels
got
the
three?
cancel.
That's
The last one.
That's an important cancel.
Yes. Wow. And then he's done the shuffle again to the bottom with the two talkers. And lastly, this Yoshino attack, I think, is the same power as the other Yoshino.
Yeah. Oh, but he indicated that it's 1 damage, so it looks like he's siding and letting both players keep their Yoshinos.
Oh, okay.
Well, it is important that he does that because if he chose to front attack that last Yoshino and both players lose the characters, Kisa has to end the turn with
no Yoshino.
No Yoshino, and more importantly, an open lane, which can be taken advantage of by
That's
Vince.
devastating. Because right now, the Yoshino is keeping everything on lock, right?
Yes.
Basically, you can't make any big offensive moves. But when you attack with the Yoshino and then you lose the Yoshino, on defense, you suddenly become so weak.
Yes.
Because apart from that one lane, you can't move those two talkers around.
And they also lose 1,000 power from the open lane as well, which is 9.5, not including the 1.5 assigned from the level 1 talker, but still 500 short of what the maximum power of the 2-2 Kurumi is.
I mean, if Vince takes advantage of it and just is able to reverse like both of them, that's a huge blow to Kisa because they don't have encores. Those are the utility talkers in a way.
That is right.
Not the resilient Kurumi.
But yeah, this game is definitely being quite lengthened out because of both players being very skillful with the level 1 Yoshinos, and they both know when they need to use them, when they need to save them.
It's actually very rare in a way to see like high level standby play too.
Yeah, it is.
It's like not just the mirror, but in general, like standby versus standby usually is like about two players moving 1 foot forward and then kind of moving the other foot sideways.
Yeah,
and then they grow another foot and move that in another sideways direction, and it becomes a big shuffle until one person finally takes a giant leap with the I don't know the 5 foots that they've grown, and the other one starts using the fist or something.
It's an analogy I haven't heard before, but
I just made that up.
I think I sort of get what you are like. It's not just one direction that you're moving.
Yes.
You have to advance your own game plan while making sure that you're not letting your opponent get away with whatever they want to do. There's a lot of intricacies, and I think just because it's the finals and they have a bit more time to think about their plays, that's also giving them some freedom. Because sometimes when you're in a tournament, you have time constraints. You just can't afford to play towards certain plans, which is just drag out the game too long because the game will end of time procedures, and then sometimes there's just too many things to consider, and you have to just discard some of those possibilities because again, like you don't have the time to consider all this. But because this is the finals and they have ample time to think of these things, they are allowed to make the most of what they have and play to their outs. And Vince brainstorms and hits 1 again. So far, Vince's like triggers and hit brainstorms and all that have been pretty good. Like not too much, not too little.
There's been some slight damages going on, but overall it's been very, very close. Sure, we had that damage deficit at some point, but it's slowly being caught up just from all the careful play that Vince is being forced to do.
That is right.
We kind of see what we talked about in the beginning, where one player gets ahead. He looked like Kisa looked like he was very behind, but now like because of the board states and all that, he is slowly creeping back up, and he'll be in a prime position to be able to drop Kurumis at some point because his hand is back up to.
It looks like 6 cards, and he has even more stock than that. So, you can really take advantage of the board control that you have by being on a high level. And Uniform Talker is just so good at turning that board control into pseudo compression because it either stops your opponent from front attacking, or you get to check more cards before your opponent gets to deal damage. So there's that, and Kisa just is really able to identify that and has made use of the 2-2 that he's playing as well.
At what point do you think Kisa is going to go? Just going to go? It's Kurumi time,
Probably even as soon as he hits level 3 or wants to heal now, because Vince is also almost caught up in damage. So if Kisa hits level 3 and just decides to sit there for a turn and then lets Vince go up, he might just randomly take a lot of damage or have cards shuffled around where he doesn't want them, and his future turns might be made really difficult.
I mean, Vince also has to be careful about the deck count, right? Because
that is for sure.
If he empties the board and then a bunch of climaxes are gone, the Kurumi switch would be brutal because suddenly putting a bunch of cards back, just taking a bunch of damage.
Yeah.
Trimodal is the keyword. Is the keyword.
It is a recurring theme in powerful Data Life cards, be it Kurumi, be level 3 Kotori, and also My Little Shiro, although neither of these players are playing that card. But,
yes.
Yeah. Vince has somewhat played around that possibility, though, by searching for the refresh counter, which, if people don't know, you can pay 2 additional when you're using the counter text to shuffle your waiting room back into your deck. So even if Kisa does decide to shuffle non-climaxes back into Vince's deck, he will be able to just reset that disadvantage. And if Kisa decides to stock swap Vince, well, he still can use the refresh counter to escape the worst case scenario.
So a swap coming in here, swapping with the level, the Talker facing level 3. So I'm guessing the Yoshino is going to side, and this is siding as well.
This one will have to side in order to not open up a lane which Vince can't use a refresh counter in to avoid that bad scenario. But
is that Kurumi hitting over though? It looks like
Kurumi, I believe, has 2 instances of 1k on it, so that should be 12, and I think unfortunately that is the same amount of power as the card it's facing, unless I've missed something.
But Vince does have that hand encore available for this Kurumi.
That is true. He can front attack and then just encore the 2/2 in order to have that lane open, which again is an advantage over this card over Talker.
Standby coming out. Replacing.
Yeah. It is unfortunate that Vince did not know that, but if he did know that card was there, he did have the option of front attacking with the 1/1 first.
He's getting big Kurumi. Yellow Kurumi.
So yellow Kurumi, which is the correct card name of this card is Kurumi Tokisaki.
So actually just the name.
Just the character's name. Is a card that can iterate and discard 1 to send the bottom 5 of the opponent's deck to waiting room on attack and burn X equal to the number, and then deal damage equal to the number of climaxes revealed. But Kisa has used his anti-change counter, discarding a total of 3 cards in order to both protect his lane and out the Kurumi that was just standby and shoot it straight to clock.
Wow, that could be a big move, you know?
Yeah, that is quite a move. So firstly, it has protected his character and actually served the function of being a power counter, which anti-change counters don't get to do all the time.
I mean, is that that one move that could have changed the game?
It could, yeah. So Vince decides to side the last attack for 0 damage, it appears, and he does encore on offense to keep his character despite being on weaker power. So having paid out some climaxes, paid out some stock, Vince isn't going to immediately have to refresh his deck on a stock swap. And with double power assigned, that is 12k, which again is a little bit over what the Talker can currently hit for. But yeah, wow. Vince paid out stock, healed down. He is at that awkward range for Kisa where he might hit level 3 by next turn, but at the same time, he's also not quite within the range of Kurumi's lethal. Kurumi is, as we said, a versatile finisher, but it's not particularly good at ending games from your opponent's level 2.
Yeah, and Vince is still on very low level, 2-2.
But
wow.
Because of that open lane and, the somewhat desire to front attack that 1/1, Kisa will most likely have to do some damage to Vince. And if Vince hits level 3 and his hand is prepared, he does have 4 stock, so he can go into double Kurumi. It looks like Vince has a shot of winning the game even next turn.
Well, here's the thing, right? Is it time to go? Is it time to go now when you're Kisa?
It looks like he's not aiming to go quite yet. And
using the Shido, flicker of Shido, then
so it resets the power on the Kurumi going down to 9k, so Kisa can now fight that Kurumi with his 2/2s without pumping anything.
Kisa had to discard 3 cards, just bear in mind with that.
Yeah, he did have to discard 3 cards, which, in just raw numbers is the same as playing a level 3 Kurumi and then discarding 2 cards to burn 3. So he must have seen quite a lot of value in that anti-change right there, which I think it's entirely possible. I don't know how the game will play out from here, but I'm sure he knows what he's doing better than I know what he's doing. So.
Well, I think it's important that Vince kind of made him do that in getting getting Kurumi Tokisaki out, right?
Yeah.
Make Kisa recognize it as an actual threat.
Yes.
So trading the one instance of burn to get rid of that was way more important, because that card wasn't even going to attack as well. It was just going to stay there.
It was going to stay there and defend.
Yeah, and likely get very big, right? Likely get very big, but it's too much of a threat. So Kisa went, okay, I'm willing to spend 3 hand to just get rid of that. Right.
So Kisa plays one of his red level 3 Kurumis to heal down 1, going down to 3-0. And looks like he's contemplating how he wants to attack this turn, but I would guess that, he does have the combo. Albeit only single line of combo, but I think that Kisa is trying to set up for this turn so he has a more convincing endgame on the following turn. So Kisa probably will try and push a game on the next one.
So we see the face climax get dropped down, so that means Kurumi's X. I think the crazy thing as well about Kurumi level 3 is not just, right, like that it heals, it does 3 different abilities, it's free, it also it's on standby, right? But also because you can play one and still feel pretty good, right? You're going, okay, I'm progressing my game, I'm getting my Kotori out, and then I can use all my free abilities to do something. So I can either stock swap you, or I can put 3 cards back into your deck, all right, without feeling too bad. I don't have to do the burn 3. I can just kind of play a longer game with it while progressing my field. So here we probably see the 3 cards going back.
Yeah, looks like he's putting 3 cards back for a better shot at dealing damage. Vince does have a refresh counter here, though, but because of the number of cards on his board and the way Kisa assigned power, a refresh counter will not be able to protect the 2/2, and therefore, if used here, will just be a pay 3 discard 1 to shuffle some cards back into the deck.
Vince putting back basically all his 2s available in a 1/1 Kurumi.
Yeah.
Going for the shuffle.
Oh no. One great part of what Kisa did last turn is where he shot the Kurumi Tokisaki into the clock.
Yeah.
Is that is the single copy that Vince plays, and if Vince was allowed to keep that card on the board and somehow protected it this turn, he would be able to send level 3 red Kurumi to memory on his own offense. Whereas this way, if Kisa has another red Kurumi in his hand, he can not care too much if this card is reversed, just pay 3 and encore and play the extra copy and then go for double combo on the next turn for game. But by shutting down that line, Vince only being on 4 stock, so if he wants to get that card, he'll have to pay 1 to get it.
Standby being triggered, though.
Standby being triggered, so deck is weaker, but his next turn is probably stronger by doing that.
Yeah, and let's see if I think Vince is counting the climax. There's not that many out. I think there's like one being played there and another in stock. So there's like only 3 out. So 3 damage.
Yeah.
And Vince actually just takes it.
Takes the 3?
Because of the decompressor, right? The decompressor.
So compression-wise, his deck is now just back to what it was at the beginning of the attack, but
attacks and triggers. This is 3 as well. Vince just eating all of it.
A little bit worrying that we've seen 2 Kurumis being taken as damage here. So I don't know how many he has ready in hand, but if he was just hoping that he was going to draw into those next turn, that might not actually happen anymore. So. But on the other hand, if Vince is ready with double Kurumi this turn, that might actually just spell the end of the game. So
triggers in 1, 2. Ooh.
All right. So that is not going to end the game, but it is still definitely putting Vince on the clock. So he almost for certain only has 1 turn left to decide what's going on.
They're just checking.
Unless he cancels this.
This will have to be a big cancel.
Yeah,
a huge cancel.
It would be a pivotal cancel.
A pivot. That's right. A pivotal cancel.
Yeah.
It all comes down to this last card off the top. It's card off the top. Basically, if he gets, I think it's a 1 more turn, right?
Yes.
Maybe 1 more
This
turn.
cancel would give Vince another turn, or at least a better shot at an extra turn.
Yes.
Alternatively, it would give him the opportunity to clock draw 4 extra cards to either dig for necessary 1 or just fuel the hand size he needs for Kurumi.
I think even if he doesn't count, I think he has enough too. He goes like 3, 4, or 5 here.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's going to finish the game, doesn't matter if you're on 3, 1 or 3, 6.
Yeah. It's not a video game, so you don't get extra points for being, like more or less damage.
That's right. So does the shuffle.
Alright, and cuts that looks like 1, 3, 2.
The top.
And then the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cuts.
Yes.
6 go to the bottom, and
that goes in.
All
right.
So
And,
takes a refresh. Which is not the crewmy climax though, which may or may not matter.
Okay, so Vince, I think this is go time. We've been talking about when does Data Life switch. Kisa kind of half switched last turn into going to Kurumis. Vince is now forced to go into Kurumis, but Vince doesn't have a triple Kurumi set up. He only has 4 stock left. So we can't even like brainstorm, do anything like that.
Yeah, if he has 2 Kurumis, he won't be able to do anything else with that stock. But again, there's 2/2 red encore, 2/2 Kurumi having encore sort of coming into play, because usually with Kisa's deck, for example, in this sort of scenario, he'd only be able to play 2 soul characters with 4 stock. But because Vince can encore that one, he can play, attack with 2 soul 3 times while still going double Kurumi.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely playing. The game is being played out in a way where both of their 2/2s are doing what they can do better. So he encores the 2/2 Kurumi and draws a card.
What does he get? Does he have the Kurumis? We saw 2 Kurumis go back. So are there 2 in his hand? Was he ready? He clocks. All right, he's going for that finish. All right, he's at 3/6. There's one.
One Kurumi.
All right.
And
There's a second one. Okay. All the 2 soul attackers ready as well.
But does he have the climax?
Does he have the climax? If he doesn't, then
Yeah, if he doesn't, this will be a pretty weak turn.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like he can bring out. Is that a Kotori support? Second from the top. It's a bit third from the top now. It's a bit difficult to see, but this looks like he does have the climax,
right? Yeah, because he can pump power.
Doesn't look like a Kotori support, but
I think it's a face. Does it look
fortunately
like a face?
for
Ooh,
Vince,
it's
it wouldn't be finals without it. Yeah, fortunately for Vince, Kita did play over his level 1 talker, so now Vince doesn't have to worry too much about the fact that he's chump attacking, that is attacking with weaker characters, because Kisa can look at the top 2 cards of his deck, but he can't increase the odds by going 1 card deeper.
Okay, he's going. This should be the burn, right? Oh, stock swap.
Stock swap. Or maybe he's just counting and trying to gauge what the best options are.
We see 3, 2,
1, 2, 3.
There's one. He triggered one last time.
He just triggered one last turn, which is why there's a level 3. And
he does the wash.
Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, is that 1 card left in the deck?
That looks like 1 or maybe 2, but 3.
Oh, stand by for 3.
Stand by 3. Given that he just brought back the 1, so I don't think there's anything that Vince wants to bring back, but will Kisa use a counter here just to avoid the refresh point? Yep, it does. He does, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like he paid out any climaxes.
Yeah, what's the last card in the deck?
It's very interesting to know whether it's like the last card that he would have cancelled with, or whether it's there. It's a scary part of stock swap, because you don't know what the correct line of play is. Like sometimes it's just better to like not refresh your deck. Sometimes it is, but
wow, if those are 3 climaxes right there in that top 3, that is a god slot. That is perfect.
That is, yeah.
And then I think he still has like a burn, like following up too.
All right.
Oh, but can that is that enough? I'm wondering. Is it enough?
All right, it's the 3 pile cut. Quite the crossroads, really.
Crossroads. It all comes down to this. How many off the top ends?
That is quite a few. I couldn't count. Maybe 6 or 7.
The lucky number. 2, 3. Oh,
all right. So
okay.
I think Vince does have 2 cards in his hand, so that means that Kisa will have to cancel twice.
I feel like the way Kisa put those cards there, he didn't really care about what's at the top, so he knows.
Yeah. 3 sticks. So yeah.
Wait, he can side. He can burn inside.
He could side, but he doesn't know what the top card of his deck is. So
Oh, yeah,
It's,
true.
it could be a 0. In that case, it would be very disappointing if
So he's going front for sure. Three in.
3 and Vince wins out.
Vince Chow is the winner.
And the champion of AO region, the first of our 3 Weiss Schwarz tournaments.
Wow, that was a crazy finals.
Wow, so-
Crazy finals. that was so close.
That was really close.
So close. You know, it came down to the wire. We thought Vince was like way ahead.
Mhm.
Then Kisa, he's like, ooh, slowly crawls back.
Yeah.
And then it looked just so close. Like, and any person could just won that next turn. But then Vince, that final push he did, brought him the win.
Yeah, I'm always impressed by players like Kisa who are, they seem to be at a massive disadvantage, but, they just always know how to come back and, set up a turn where they always have a chance of winning that on that last turn. Like this time, unfortunate, if you take that much off the top, there's sometimes just nothing you can do. I'm kind of curious what the cards in his stock ended up being, but
I mean, like, Weiss works when everything goes well, but I think it's the players who can recover from those bad situations to the best of their ability is what defines between like the good and the great players. So
by that measure, I think Kisa definitely, although he wasn't so lucky this time, he showed us that he was indeed a great player, and unfortunately not first, but
not
second is a still very great achievement. One of the biggest tournament of this half year.
That's right. So we have the brackets ready. We can look at the entire bracket now. Now that we can, now that the finals have ended, at least for Aero. Vince the champion. There we go.
Yeah.
Beating Kisa in the finals.
Yeah.
And then in third place, we actually have SYRK.
Shirk.
Shirk?
Sorry, we still haven't worked out how this is
Right.
to be read.
With the Gillbuster deck.
Yes.
Gillbuster coming in third place. Wow. Who would have thought,
quite
right?
a pleasant surprise that, I
Yes.
think there's been a lot of other fate decks that people have been talking about, but, this is the one that we all slept on. So
That's right. This is only one deck to rule them all, and that is Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
Gilgamesh.
I guess a mongrel like me wouldn't understand.
That's right. You wouldn't, but now you should.
Yeah.
Now you should. And then fourth place was Mark.
Fourth place was Mark, so our top 4 in terms of deck representation would be
Data Live,
Fate,
Fate,
and then Gillbusters. Sorry, it was Fate and then Kaguya.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll be right back up with the interview with Vince. I'm sure everyone wants to see because it's Vince, right?
It's Vince.
So stay tuned, and we'll be back soon. All right.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Let me show you how it's done.
In this video, we're going to take a look at one of the most important things you need to do right before a game. Shuffling.
Breaking. We've all been there. Sometimes it's because of our deck build. Other times it's because we didn't shuffle properly. Hey, you! Can you show him the shuffling methods again?
What was that? Could it be? See the heart of the...
Okay, we'll first have this guru do some warm-up exercises. Hisatsu Namikasane. Probably the most popular shuffle, it involves taking a chunk of cards from the bottom and gradually transferring them to the top of the deck. Hisatsu Asen. Usually used by beginners or children, this smooth shuffle is fun to do once in a while but not recommended for tournaments.
An advanced technique that takes some practice. It's one of the best shuffle and it can be done rather quickly. A good way to ensure you have the right number of cards in your deck, but it doesn't shuffle well, so make sure you mix it up with other shuffling methods. No, not a shuffle. In order to really randomize your deck, use a combination of the shuffling methods, or reshuffle 7 times. Now, let's talk about a different kind of shuffle. Okay, attack your vein. Hand shuffle, a fearsome shuffle in which shuffling is not the goal, done by moving cards from one hand to the other rapidly, completed with cards slapping noises. I get it, we all do it sometimes, and some situations call for it, such as preventing your opponents from memorizing your cards, or when you need to drop a hand card at random. But you've got to admit, when done excessively, it can be pretty distracting. Stop hand shuffle and make this world a better place.
Attack your vet.
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Welcome back, everyone, and we are here with the champion, Vince. Now, everyone can see Vince now.
Yeah,
Vince,
all of his glory.
that's right. Vince, how do you feel? You are the champion of the AO region for VRO 2021 Weiss Schwarz.
It was good. It was stressful, but it was good in the end. A lot of rematches actually, but it was good.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's good. You have a question, right, Ken?
Oh, yeah. So just on that last turn, when you used your Kurumi to stock swap Kita, did you ever find out what the last 3 cards that he didn't pay out were? We missed it on the stream.
It was 2 clean, 1 climax.
Okay.
All right. So it wasn't
the climax was at the very top. The climax was at the very top.
All right. Okay. Cool. That's pretty cool.
All right, Vince. It's been a long journey. Right? How much practice did you actually take for this tournament?
Actually, I feel like I practiced less in this event than I did in the previous one. I forgot which one was it called. The
Springfest Online.
The Springfest one. Yeah, I practiced way more in that one, but I feel like the practice that I did previously kind of translated to the same now because the meta hasn't really changed much outside of like a couple new decks that came out. But yeah, I think the only new deck that pretty much came out was like Slime. I think that's about it. And Ruby, about those two. So I wasn't really sure about the Ruby matchup. I actually did consult Ken or Zabaton right before the event, and I was like, I had like a fever dream, and I was like, Ken, is this right? And I set up some hypothetical scenarios. I'm like, does this sound right? It's like, yeah, that sounds good. Okay.
I think this was the morning of Saturday, so
it was very reassuring that I'm like, okay, at least I'm on the right mindset. I think I'll at least try and go far.
Okay,
that's good.
All right, so I guess the meta did kind of change a bit with like the new first like Kaguya in the meta, but I guess you've had a lot of practice, right? You've had a lot of practice in a way. It seems we're all kind of very familiar.
We play a lot with each other.
I guess the one thing I've wanted to ask is, before these online tournaments happen, you were kind of an unknown player, but now you have a lot of newfound fame.
International stardom.
I don't even want the fame. I just want to be in my own thing. But I actually wanted to compete previously, but every single time those Melbourne BCFO events would always be when I have my finals or my thesis for university.
Yeah.
So I prioritize that over an event. I remember I asked Mark, who was also in the top 4. I asked him, I was like, the event was like Sunday, Monday, and I told him I have a test on Monday at 10. If I leave the Sunday evening or the first flight back, do you think I'd make it? And Mark was like, don't do it. I was like, okay.
Yeah, but it's been amazing just to see your growth as well as a player. Now to a champion, right? To a champion. So, great work, Ken. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, so I guess you also have Europe after this playing, so you can't spill all your secrets. But do you want to shout out anyone or any groups, people?
I think the Sydney Weiss community I think is super big. I think it's like a super close knit community, and like everyone's like very welcoming to like share their ideas and like spread the growth of like everyone as a player. So I think as a community, I think we're pretty good, and like we've actually got a good amount of like variety of all the decks. I can't really shout out one specific person, but like I think as a community, everyone's got like all the pretty good decks. Everyone has like a mixture of everything, so get like a good play test of pretty much a vast meta of what you'd expect in a major tournament.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So shout out to the Sydney community. I guess in a way we might see you at local.
I've moved on to Marvel.
Oh, okay. I guess another question, just why pick Dal over the other sets? Is there a reason, or?
Well, I definitely I don't know whether this is the correct or incorrect mentality, but I definitely wanted to bring a strong deck. So I've got the deck I could choose was tossing up between was Kaguya and Data Life, both being recently restricted again in the Japanese format. Having played Kaguya more extensively in the Japanese format more than Data Life, I kind of had more experience playing Kaguya than Data Life, except for the recent Spring Fest. I just only played Data Life, but I think Kurumi level 3 combo is way too powerful in the fact that it's too the modes are good in almost most situations. Like if they aren't good, it means your opponent has often used like resources in order to get them into a certain deck state that would make Kurumi slightly worse, and in that turn it becomes advantageous for you anyways. Like sometimes they'll purposely refresh in like a worse refresh just so that you can't get shuffled back, or don't accumulate stock and all of these certain things, or like don't have a waiting room to get shuffled back. So I think the Kurumi turn, like having like a pretty safe 2-turn finisher is like pretty strong. It's pretty explosive, and like I think the modal aspect of it is just too powerful not to play.
Okay, all right. I think that's good. That answers most of my questions. Can you ever
wraps it up pretty well? Do I have any other questions? Or
if not,
I guess not. No.
Well,
we good. We got our shout outs. We got.
If you have any more questions, you can ask him. Right. Later. Okay.
Yeah, you can DM me, Ken.
Or in person.
In person. That's right.
In person in locals. Yeah.
So congratulations, Vince. You're the champion, right?
Yeah.
Feel great.
Yeah.
Feel great, right?
Good luck in Europe as well.
That's right.
I know you're playing in a few hours.
Get some sleep, maybe.
Nah, just dinner. Just dinner.
Just dinner.
Dinner.
That's good.
Right.
You know, get full. That's right. Yeah. So, all right. I guess with that's it. We'll see you soon. See you soon. And
thanks for the interview.
That's right. Thanks for the interview.
See ya. Thanks.
Bye. Yeah. So back to just us.
Yeah. That is the end of the AO region for Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. That actual the end. This is the final one. Ken, Weiss Schwarz.
Yes.
How did you feel about it?
Well, people would know me, know that I like basically like live and breathe Weiss Schwarz. So
it's true.
I'm quite honored to be here just as a commentator, and I get to watch all these exciting matches and share the fun, the heat of card games.
That's right, the heat of card games.
So yeah, it was great, and we got to see a variety of decks yesterday, some unorthodox builds, and even today we got to see the Fate build, which is unorthodox. But at the end of the day, it was still Data Live, the matchup that I talk about a lot, experience a lot, play a lot. So yeah, I think we just got a bit of everything, and just the full Weiss Schwarz experience.
Yeah,
it's really great.
Okay, that's good. And I'd just like to thank everyone involved. Thank Ken. Thanks for hanging out with me.
Thanks, Guy.
Thank you, the viewers, for just watching, supporting Weiss Schwarz. Even sometimes waiting. Some difficulties happen, but we got the games, and they were great. Right? Yeah. I'd like to thank the players playing. Thank Bushiroad for having the tournament, and thank the production staff for everything they've done. They've been absolutely amazing these past 4 weeks. So. Just like to thank everyone for tuning in, and that's me. That's me then.
Yep. And I'm Ken. Thank you to everyone as well.
And make sure it's actually not over. AO is over, but EU is coming up soon. NA is coming up later, so go support them. They'll be happening at the same time as last time. They'll just be the top 8. So if you want more action, go check them out. But thank you everyone for coming in, and that will be us for Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. All right. Hope you guys have a great day.
Yeah.
All right.